Welcome back, brothers, family lore. Tonight we're diving into lore of the Raptor Marines, one of the most dangerous chapters from the Raven Guard. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
Vordrast. Secundus burned beneath the Crusade fleet like a skull with a candle trapped behind its teeth. Its night side was not dark. Continents glowed through storm bands in infected colors, red where hive districts still burned, white where plasma reactors had ruptured, amber where promethium seas crawled across trenchworks and corpse fields. The oceans were veined with oil fires. The equatorial jungles exhaled spores thick enough to stain orbital pict feeds. The northern manufactoria belched soot through broken weather shields, and every ash cloud carried the chemical signature of human industry, alien fungus, and mass death. Above the world, the Imperium had gathered its usual answer to defiance. Warships hung in formation like iron cathedrals chained to the void. Navy monitors rolled through their patrol arcs, macro batteries locked and sanctified, their gun crews half deaf from days of bombardment. Mass conveyors bled atmosphere from 100 wounds, their holds still packed with screaming soldiery, replacement flesh for the meat grinder below. Troop hulks burned in slow silence, their ruptured decks venting bodies, ammunition crates, devotional scrolls, and broken Lehman Russ chassis into the planet's gravity well. Mechanicus macro landers descended in columns of fire, immense red hulls wrapped in incense vapor and engine cant, carrying Titan's spare limbs, forge cohorts, void-hardened servitors, and ammunition blocks stamped with skulls and Binharic warning marks. The fleet sang with prayer, static, and terror. Vox traffic crowded every channel. Admirals cursed in clipped battlefleet Gothic. Priests howled litanies for the dead before the dead were counted. Astropaths vomited blood into silver bowls as they dragged pleas for reinforcement through the screaming warp. Munitorum adepts recited casualty tallies until their throats split. Somewhere aboard every vessel, men knelt before icons of the God Emperor and begged not to die unseen. Below them, billions fought. The Astra Militarum held trenches that had once been cities. Planetary levies died with rusted rifles in their hands and explosive collars around their necks. Penal mobs advanced through minefields under the watchful pistols of commissars. Rebel regiments fired from shrine domes, whose saints had been defaced with brass horns and crude glyphs. Orc empires rolled across the lowlands in smoke-belching convoys of battle wagons, trucks, scrapwalkers, and mobs so vast they moved like green weather. Cult uprisings gnawed through hive districts, their preachers wearing chains of finger bones and screaming promises of freedom through stolen voxcasters. Slave mobs were dragged forward by their own overseers, whipped toward Imperial guns, toward Orc guns, toward any death that might purchase another hour for those who owned them. War had not come to Vordrast Secundus. War had bloomed there, fed, rooted, and become the world. The Raptors arrived without hymn or herald. No cathedral barges announced them. No proclamation of angelic wrath preceded their descent. No battle standard was magnified across the fleet for the comfort of mortal eyes. Drab green strikecraft slid through Auspex shadows with their transponders muted and their hulls cold. Thunderhawk silhouettes moved behind the wakes of larger ships, using wreckage, radiation wash, and the clutter of dying engines to hide their approach. Storm ravens ghosted beneath the bellies of crippled transports. Dropcraft fell only after enemy augurs were already blinded by false returns. In the strategium of the strike cruiser, Shadowstalker, Lias Isidon watched the planet die by increments. The chamber was unadorned by the standards of more theatrical chapters. No marble saints, no towering reliquaries, no honor banners heavy with gold thread. The strategium was dark, austere, and functional, its walls crowded with hololithic projectors, cogitator banks, vox slate racks, and tactical shrines maintained more out of necessity than vanity. The air tasted of machine oil, recirculated breath, and weapon sanctification unguents. Servo skulls drifted on whispering anti-grav units, their lenses blinking as they fed fresh data into the central display. Isodon stood motionless at the edge of the hololith. His armor was the color of old forest shadow, matte and scarred, without polish. The chapter badge on his pauldron was a pale raptor's head, sharp-beaked, watchful, almost contemptuous. A camo cloak hung from his shoulders in dull folds, its fiber weave drinking the chamber light. A long rifle rested mag locked against his back, every surface blackened and blessed, every mechanism tuned past the point mortal armorers would have called obsession. He did not look like a hero. He looked like the shape that killed heroes when they mistook death for meaning. The hololith turned slowly before him, a ghostly planet split into artery lines and wound marks. Other commanders saw fronts, divisions, bastions, and objectives. Isodon saw circulation. Fuel depots pulsed in red. Food convoys crawled in yellow. Vox nexuses blinked like exposed nerves. Orbital guns marked the horizon with threat runes. Shrine cities burned as morale engines and corpse furnaces alike. Command bunkers sat beneath hive spires like tumors. Bridges, rail spines, water pumps, munition silos, medici trains, prisoner pens, fungal bloom zones, engine yards, fear routes. Fear had roots. It moved faster than armies. It required channels, witnesses, stories, survivors. Isodon studied those too. Around him stood the Crusade's envoys and commanders, summoned by necessity and irritated by silence. General Holst Varen of the Cadian remnant armies wore a greatcoat stiff with medals and battlefield dirt. A Navy Commodore flickered above a hololithic plate in blue distortion, his image broken by static. A Mechanicus Magos rested on a walking throne of brass legs and nerve cables, red robes swaying over exposed augmetic limbs. Two colonels from Vordrast's loyalist militia stood behind the general, their eyes hollow from too many retreats. A commissar watched the Raptors with the quiet hunger of a man hoping to find cowardice and shoot it. Isodon let them wait until the waiting became an insult. The general broke first. Chapter Master, the enemy command axis remains intact. War boss Grukmau Skullboiler has gathered the largest greenskin concentration on the equatorial belt. The rebel governor still commands from Hive Ardent's upper citadel. The Brass Prophet's cult cells are coordinating both. Your chapter is uniquely suited to a decapitation strike. We require a direct assault. The word require remained in the air for less than a heartbeat before it died. Isodon did not look at him. No. The general's jaw tightened. No. No. The commissar shifted. Leather creaked. His gloved hand rested near his bolt pistol. Isodon's helm was mag locked at his hip, leaving his pale face exposed to the hololith's corpse light. His eyes were black and unreadable. When he finally spoke again, his voice carried no anger, no challenge, no desire to persuade. Do not count the enemy dead. Count what they can no longer do. The Magos clicked through a burst of Binharic irritation. Clarification. The proposed elimination of command organisms would reduce hostile coordination by a projected margin of significant value. It would announce us, Isodon said. It would force them to consolidate. It would make symbols of their corpses before their replacements were isolated. It would spend Astartes' lives to achieve what hunger, confusion, and mistrust will do more thoroughly. General Varen leaned over the hololith. The guard has bled for 21 days to open this window. The guard has bled for 10,000 years, Isodon said. That does not make this plan less wasteful. One of the militia colonels muttered something under his breath. Isodon's gaze moved to him. The man went still. The Commodore's image flickered. The Admiralty supports General Varen's request. A clean strike would restore morale across the fleet. Morale is not victory. It wins wars, my lord. It helps men walk into guns. Silence settled with the weight of a sealed tomb. The commissar smiled thinly. Some might call excessive caution by another name. Isidon looked at him then. The chamber seemed to darken around the motion. Cowardice? The commissar said nothing. Isidon turned back to the map. Cowardice is knowing the correct kill and choosing the loud one because witnesses make it feel righteous. General Varen's face flushed beneath old scars. Then what do you propose? Isidon touched the hololith with one armored finger. Points of light dimmed across the equatorial jungle, the refinery belt, and 3 hive approaches. We remove sight. Then speech, then movement, then belief. He marked fuel dumps, Vox relays, ammunition yards, bridgeheads, mech workshops, shrine broadcasters, field hospitals used as command posts, slave processing pens, water convoys. Every selection was small when compared to the grand theater of war. Every selection was vital. The general stared. Those are support nodes. Those are organs. You would ignore the head? For now? Varen's voice hardened. My men are dying for your plan, Astartes. Isidon finally faced him fully. Yes, better they die with purpose than survive into defeat. The first Raptors were already planetside, while the mortals argued above. Scout Sergeant Tavian Rauk lay half-submerged in black water that had once been rain. Now it was rot, corpse fat, promethium residue, and spore sludge. It lapped against his rebreather grill in greasy ripples. Leeches the length of combat knives clung to the ceramite plates of his scout armor, worrying at seals they could not breach. Pale fungal threads drifted beneath the surface like drowned hair. Every few breaths, bubbles rose from the mud and burst with the smell of opened intestines. The equatorial death jungle had swallowed armies before the Raptors entered it. Trees grew from the dead. Their roots threaded rib cages and vehicle hulls alike, drinking blood, coolant, and engine oil with equal appetite. Corpse reeds swayed in humid winds, each stalk tipped with a seed pod shaped like a closed eye. Orc spores had infected everything. Mushrooms with iron-hard caps clustered around artillery craters. Fungal mats spread over abandoned basilisks, feeding on crew remains cooked inside the hulls. Half-digested human bodies hung from creeper vines where carnivorous plants had vomited up what they could not consume. Buzzing insect clouds drifted in sheets so dense they looked like smoke. Rauk did not move. Around him, 5 neophytes waited in the filth, their breathing slow, their hearts controlled by discipline and fear. They wore camo cloaks, soaked in mud and spore dust. Suppressed bolters were sealed beneath the waterline. Auspex beads blinked dimly beneath cupped palms. Each warrior had been painted by the jungle until no green armor remained visible beneath black rot and grey fungus. Ahead, a rebel patrol moved along a raised causeway of broken plasteel. They were Vordrastian PDF once. Their uniforms still showed strips of old loyalty beneath brass charms and kill marks. Their sergeant wore an imperial aquila upside down on his breastplate. A severed hand hung from his belt, dried fingers curled around a devotional token. The men spoke in low voices, laughing at something one of them had done to a prisoner. Their boots splashed through shallow water. Their laser guns were filthy but functional. One carried a Vox pack heavy with scavenged relays. Rauk watched the Vox man. Not the sergeant, not the largest, not the one with the best weapon. Speech first. He clicked his tongue once against the inside of his rebreather. The sound transmitted through bone pickup to the neophyte nearest the bank. A suppressed bolt round snapped from the reeds. It struck the Vox man through the left side of his visor. The shell punched through glass, bone, and brain before its mass-reactive core detonated inside the skull. His head snapped apart in a wet burst contained partly by the helmet, which made the ruin worse. The back of his skull sprayed across the man behind him in red threads and pale clots. The Vox pack toppled into the mud with a dying squeal. The patrol froze. Before they understood the first death, a second shot took the sergeant in the throat. Not a bolt round, a needle. He fell choking, hands clawing at the tiny wound as poison turned his blood to foam. Rauk rose from the water without sound, combat blade in hand, and caught the body before it splashed. The neophytes moved with him. One rebel opened his mouth to shout. A gloved hand clamped over it, while a blade slid beneath his jaw and entered the brain from below. Another turned and saw only a shape in mud before his knee folded backwards under a silent strike. He hit the causeway face first. A scout drove a knife through the base of his skull. The last man managed to raise his lasgun. Rauk shot him once through the heart with a muted thump, then again through the pelvis, because bodies sometimes lied. The jungle swallowed the patrol's brief terror. Rauk dragged the Vox man into the water. He cut the ident rune from the corpse's collar and handed it to neophyte Kuln. "Leave it 300 meters east," Rauk voxed, "near boot tracks. Make them think desertion." Kuln nodded once and vanished into the reeds. Another neophyte, barely a year from the implantation vaults, looked at the corpse in Rauk's grip. Through the ruined visor, one eye still moved in jelly and blood. "Sergeant, he lives." Rauk drew his blade across the rebel's throat, deep enough to open spine. "No, he reports late." 3 hours later, Convoy 9 entered the Orc-held depot at Gathrog Hollow. The convoy had passed within 200 meters of Rauk's ambush position. 12 haulers, 4 fuel crawlers, 2 escort half-tracks, a column of rebel infantry riding the hulls, smoking LO sticks, cursing the jungle, swatting at insects, laughing because they believed distance from the front meant survival. The Raptors had watched them go. No mines, no shots, no heroic ambush in the trees. The neophytes had wondered. None had asked. That was good. Rauk had sabotaged the fuel crawlers before dawn, during a rainstorm loud enough to hide the scrape of ceramite on metal. Promethium did not need much encouragement to become wrath. A little chemical impurity in the stabilizers. A little oxidizing agent introduced through devotional inspection seals. A little false rune daubed over the warning shrine so the rebel engine adepts would think the machine spirit appeased. Gathrog Hollow was a former Imperial supply basin turned Orc depot, a bowl of churned mud, scrap towers, ammunition dumps, fungus huts, slave cages, and idle piles made from tank hulls. Orcs moved through it in thousands, roaring, punching, dragging shells by hand, welding plates onto battle wagons, while grots ran shrieking underfoot. Human prisoners labored beside them, chained in work gangs, loading munitions with broken fingers. The rebel convoy reached the central fuel pit at dusk. From 6 kilometers away, lying in the high roots of a corpse tree, Rauk watched through magnocular lenses as the first crawler vented. The explosion was not a flash, it was a blooming. Green-white fire climbed into the depot like a living god. The first crawler ruptured and threw burning promethium across the haulers. The second cooked off with a pressure wave that flattened fungus huts and tore orcs apart in pieces too large to burn quickly. The third detonated beneath an ammunition crane. Shells launched without barrels, screaming through bodies, scrap towers, fuel tanks, slave pens. One heavy round struck a cage block and turned hundreds of chained men into a single red mist that rained down steaming on the mud. The fourth crawler split open and spilled its contaminated heart into the depot's drainage channels, carrying fire under barricades and into storage pits. Orcs burned and laughed until their lungs cooked. Rebels ran with their uniforms aflame, shooting each other for space, clawing at skin that peeled away in black strips. Grots popped like wet fruit. A battle wagon's ammunition rack ignited and hurled its turret into a mob of knobs, pulping them beneath spinning metal. The depot became noise, heat, meat, and panic. The neophyte beside Rauk whispered, "We could have killed the convoy." Rauk kept watching the hollow burn. We did. On 3 fronts, the Astra Militarum advanced at dawn. They went with drums, vox hymns, commissarial threats, and the dull obedience of men who had already seen too much to believe survival was owed to them. The Armageddon Steel Legions spearheaded the western push in chimeras and ash-streaked transports, their masked infantry dismounting into lasfire and shrapnel. Vostroyan artillery crews in the north fired until their gun barrels glowed and split. Cadian remnants took the southern causeways, rank after rank of flak-armored soldiers moving beneath regimental banners already shredded by previous defeats. They thought they were the assault. Their officers had been allowed to think so. Their orders were real. Their objectives were real. Their deaths were real. None of that made them the Blade. The enemy answered. Traitor artillery opened from Shrine Hills, muzzle flashes hidden behind stained glass saints with their eyes burned out. Orc speed mobs burst from the jungle in smoke trails, engines roaring, guns blazing, drivers howling as they crashed through mine belts and over their own.
Dead. Rebel armor rolled from manufactorum gates, old Lehman Russ tanks with Imperial markings scraped away, and brass kill masks welded over their glacis plates. Heavy stubbers hammered. Earthshaker rounds landed among advancing infantry and lifted men in pieces. Vox channels filled with coordinates, screams, prayers, correction requests, and the wet, choking sounds of soldiers drowning in their own blood. From shadowed ridgelines, the Raptors recorded everything. Eliminators lay under camo cloaks crusted with ash, scopes aligned on artillery officers and signal lamps. Infiltrators tracked command bursts through omni-scramblers and Vox thieves. Rivers moved through drainage culverts beneath the enemy lines, placing charges on structural supports and fear emitters in barracks ducts. Landspeeder crews hovered behind basalt shelves, engines idling low, Typhoon missile systems locked but unfired. Tech Marines fed target data into machine spirits, coaxed into patience. Patience was cruelty with discipline. In the Shadow Stalker, General Varron watched casualty runes multiply across the hololith. Western front is stalling, he said. Southern causeways are under armor counterattack. Northern guns are exposed. Yes, Issadon said. You knew. Yes. You sent them forward to draw fire, to reveal fire. My men are dying. Issadon did not turn. Your men were dying before I arrived. Varron's hands curled into fists. Damn you. Later, Issadon said. Attend the map. The general looked, hating him enough to obey. The first enemy command post died in the middle of a sentence. A rebel colonel stood inside a bunker carved beneath a shrine of St. Drusus, shouting for the 3rd Armored Reserve to advance. An eliminator round entered through a ventilation slit barely wider than a man's thumb. It crossed the bunker, struck his cheek, and detonated inside his skull. His face vanished. The Vox officer beside him received most of the fragments through his mouth and fell backward, choking on teeth that were not his own. The second post died when River charges collapsed the floor beneath it. Men, cogitators, maps, and Vox desks dropped into a sump canal full of industrial acid. Their screams lasted longer than their command authority. The third died under land speeder missiles. The fourth went silent when an infiltrator squad breached from below and killed every officer with knives to preserve the Vox equipment. The fifth transmitted false retreat orders in the governor's own cipher before its operators were executed. The sixth burned. The seventh called for artillery onto its own position. The eighth was overrun by orcs after Raptors redirected a greenskin mob with looted glyph beacons. The ninth disappeared in static. The 10th detonated. The 11th begged for confirmation from a command net that no longer existed. The 12th became a corpse room in which every dead man still sat upright at his station, throats opened, hands arranged on useless controls. 90 seconds. Across Vordrast Secundus, the enemy did not yet know its nervous system had been cut. Orc bosses heard conflicting orders and chose violence, which was the only language they trusted. Speed mobs turned into rebel armor lanes, smashing through allied fuel trucks and provoking return fire. Traitor artillery batteries received target coordinates for their own forward camps. Cult preachers announced betrayal before they understood who had betrayed whom. Rebel captains shot Vox officers for cowardice. Slave mobs halted without overseer commands and were butchered by both sides. Hive Ardent's upper citadel demanded reports from dead bunkers until its own paranoia began killing messengers. The Imperial Guard, still bleeding in the open, saw only that the enemy fire slackened by fragments, then by sectors, then by whole batteries. General Varron watched the hololith as red enemy command runes blinked out one after another. He looked older than he had an hour earlier, more ashamed, more alive. "What did you do?" he asked. Isodon watched the battlefield collapse inward. What was necessary? Below, Scout Sergeant Rauk rose from the jungle with his neophytes as the first true Raptors strike began to widen. Drab green shapes moved through smoke and rot, unseen until the instant of murder. Bolters coughed. Knives worked. Vox arrays screamed static. Land speeders flashed over, burning tree lines and loosed missiles into armor columns already trapped by their own confusion. Eliminators selected officers, not heroes. Infiltrators killed signalers, not champions. Rivers left survivors only when terror required mouths. By dawn, Vordrast Secundus still burned. Billions still fought. Men still died in trenches without knowing why. Orcs still roared beneath fungal smoke. Rebels still clung to their guns. Cultists still screamed promises from altars painted in blood. But the war had tilted. In the strategium of the Shadowstalker, the hololithic map shifted by degrees. No mortal commander would have called decisive until it was too late to deny. Supply routes curled into dead ends. Command zones darkened. Enemy formations overlapped, stalled, turned, and began to consume themselves. Imperial casualty runes remained obscene. Enemy casualty runes climbed. More important, enemy capability runes fell. Isodon did not smile. There was no glory in what had been done. No glory in guardsmen dying as bait. No glory in rebels cooked alive beside orcs. No glory in throats opened in the dark, in poisoned fuel, in false orders, in panicked men firing on allies, in cities saved only because other cities were offered to the guns. Glory was a word for banners. The Raptors had brought knives. Isodon placed one armored hand against the edge of the hololith. The light painted his gauntlet in the colors of a dying world. Around him, mortal commanders waited for triumph, explanation, absolution, something that would make the arithmetic feel less like murder. He gave them none. "Begin the history," he said. The memory vaults of the Shadowstalker were buried beneath decks that most of the ship's crew were forbidden to know existed. No mortal serf walked there without a hood over his eyes and a bolt pistol at the base of his skull. No servitor was permitted to retain enough thought to understand the passages it dragged itself through. The vaults lay behind 3 blast doors of black adamantium, each one sealed with chapter cipher, gene lock, machine oath, and psychic ward. The doors bore no gilded victories, no honor names, no painted legends of worlds saved and enemies slain. Only kill tally notches marked the metal, so fine they looked like scratches, until one stood close enough to see they were grouped by campaign, by company, by dead. Varan Kor stood before the final door and let it taste his blood. The librarian had cut his palm with a knife that had belonged to a dead Raven Guard before the Raptors had their own name. His blood was dark against his pale skin, almost black in the lumen gloom. His hair, once ash-grey, had begun to darken with age and gene curse, the old sign of Korax's line writing itself through flesh, whether a warrior welcomed it or not. His eyes were corpse-white from the strain of long communion, threaded by veins that pulsed whenever the warp whispered too near. The door accepted him with a grinding sigh. Cold air breathed out of the vault. Inside waited the dead who still served. The chamber was circular, descending in rings like the throat of some buried engine. Sarcophagus racks held memory caskets, made from black iron and bone-colored ceramic.
Oath records hung in stasis prisms, each one containing a sliver of voice, helm picked, pain response, gene trace, or dying confession. Servo skulls drifted above lecterns of stone, their jawbones wired shut in reverence. Data chains clattered softly from the ceiling. The machine spirit of the archive muttered in low Binharic, resentful of intrusion, but obedient to blood. At the chamber's heart stood the oldest reliquary, a coffin shaped not for a body, but for a blade. Varan Kor approached it and knelt. He did not pray for comfort. The sons of Korax did not ask the dark to be kind. He spoke the opening words because words were keys, and some locks deserved respect. We remember so that we do not become loud. The reliquary opened. The first memory struck him like a bolt round to the skull. Deliverance rose around him, not as it was, but as the dead had carried it in their blood. Black towers, ragged moons, training cages filled with young killers, too silent for boys and too angry for monks. The shadow of the Raven Guard lay over everything, wounded but unbroken, a legion gutted by betrayal, and yet still breathing through clenched teeth. The Horus heresy had ended, but endings meant little in an imperium. Built from corpses, terror had survived. The Emperor had been entombed upon the Golden Throne. Horus had been destroyed. Half the legions had turned their oaths into knives. Victory had tasted of ash. The sons of Deliverance were spared some of the worst ruin that had devoured their parent legion. But survival was not mercy. Survival was assignment. The Codex reforms came with parchment, seal, and command. The great legions were broken into chapters, names cut away from old bodies, new heraldry given to warriors whose scars still belonged to older wars. The Raptors were born from Raven Guard shadow, from initiates and veterans who inherited stealth not as poetry, but as necessity. They were not created to be celebrated. They were created because the Imperium needed more knives. The memory shifted. Varan saw young Raptors kneeling in hangar gloom before gunships whose engines were already warming. Their armor was cleaner then, but their eyes were not. They had been told they were a chapter now. They had been told they carried the blood of Korax and the duty of the Emperor. They had been told to go into the dark, beyond the light of remembrance, and kill what remained of Horus's dream. One warrior stood among them, helm beneath his arm, face narrow, skin pale, eyes black and steady. Brother Kyle Orvast. The name surfaced in Varan's mind before the archive spoke it. Ancient, recorded, half myth, half warning. Orvast's voice entered the vault, dry as old ammunition. We were children of Deliverance, but Deliverance did not keep us. No father keeps a son made for war. We were sent where traitors fled, and where loyal men lacked the courage to follow. We learned then the first true lesson. Survival is not shame. Survival is ammunition. The vision dragged Varan across the great scouring. Dead moons turned slowly beneath wounded stars. Raptors crossed their dust plains under meteor storms and hunted sons of Horus, hiding in mining temples. They cut power to bunker doors and waited outside in vacuum, while traitors battered ceramite with fists until the strength left them. Asteroid fortresses spun in the void, their defense lasers roaring at empty space, while Raptors' kill teams crawled through maintenance shafts, cold enough to freeze blood in the veins of mortal men. Irradiated Manufactoria glowed green beneath ash skies as traitor armor columns rolled proudly toward false beacon fires and found bridges that had already been severed beneath their weight. The Raptors learned quickly. A frontal assault could kill hundreds. A cut fuel line could kill thousands. A poisoned water reclamator could kill a garrison without risking a brother. A false Vox order could send enemy reserves into their own guns. A captain shot before he gave the command to advance was worth a battlefield of corpses. Invisible judgment made men afraid of silence. Open battle merely taught them where to aim. In another memory, a hollowed pilgrim ship drifted without engines.
its devotional hull scraped clean of holy markings and daubed with the eye of treason. Thousands of cult troops hid inside its cathedral decks, waiting to ram an imperial convoy. Brother Orvast and 6 Raptors entered through a waste vent with their armor blackened by void frost. They moved through incense ducts and corpse chapels, planting charges not in armories, not in barracks, not where glory would have led them, but in the life support regulators and gravity shrines. They left before anyone knew they had come. The ship's gravity inverted during morning blasphemy rites. Men, priests, ammunition crates, and flayed bodies rose screaming into the vaulted ceiling. Then the air recyclers failed. Then the emergency bulkheads sealed. Varan felt echoes of the death through the casket. Fingernails torn away on iron doors, mouths opening and closing against thinning air, blood vessels bursting in eyes, tongues swelling, prayers turning into animal noise. The Raptors watched from a shadowed escort craft as the pilgrim ship became a tomb. Orvast's voice returned. Our first sin was not cowardice, it was arithmetic. 1 life for 10,000, 10 lives for a world for a sector. We did not invent the equation, we merely stopped lying about it. The memory changed again. A traitor bastion stood on a moon of black glass, its walls reinforced by void shields and macro flak, its banners made from the skins of loyal officers. Another Space Marine force had come to take it, a brother. Chapter in bright heraldry, proud, orthodox, burning with the hunger for righteous assault. Their captain stood before the Raptors in a forward command bunker, helm held beneath one arm, his face noble in the hard way of warriors who believe nobility matters. We strike at dawn, the captain said. Our brothers will breach the gate under covering fire. Your companies will advance on the western wall. We will meet in the inner yard and cleanse the foe blade to blade. Brother Orvast, younger then, but already old inside, studied the bastion through a cracked vision slit. No. The word carried through the memory with the same cold weight Isidon would give it millennia later. The captain stared at him. You refuse honor? I refuse waste. The enemy must be faced. The enemy must be ended. The bright captain's voice hardened. You would skulk while better warriors bleed? Orvast did not answer. The Raptors went beneath the bastion that night. Not through tunnels the enemy guarded, but through coolant arteries mapped by Auspex ghosts and old Mechanicus schematics stolen from a dead engine seer's cranial vault. They severed the fortress air recyclers. They welded shut the maintenance hatches. They destroyed the emergency scrubbers and released powdered glass into the secondary lungs of the system. Then they withdrew to the ridgelines and waited. At dawn, the Orthodox chapter formed for assault and found no answering fire. Inside the bastion, traitors died in the dark with their helmets off, choking on air that cut them from within. Some tore out their own throat seals. Some clawed blood from their mouths in wet strings. Others fired blindly at imagined attackers, filling the corridors with ricochets and screams. The strongest tried to reach the outer gates and died there in heaps, eyes swollen, faces blackening, fingers scraping bloody crescents into iron. When the gates were finally opened, the loyal captain walked through the silent corridors and saw victory without battle. He called it dishonorable. The Raptors called it complete. Varan Kor came out of the memory with blood on his teeth. He was still kneeling in the vault. The reliquary before him pulsed with old power. His hearts hammered once, twice, then settled. Around him, the dead waited in their caskets, patient as buried weapons. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and rose. The past did not end. It was simply interrupted by the present. When Varan reached the strategium, the hololith of Vordrast Secundus was already changing. The enemy command lattice flickered with damage from the first Raptors' strikes. Supply routes burned yellow with disruption markers. Orc concentrations pulsed in crude, swelling masses. Rebel formations buckled and reformed. Cult icons appeared and vanished as astropaths, Vox thieves, and scout observers fought to identify the thing binding the war together. Lias Isidon stood where Varan had left him, as still as a statue carved for an empire that hated statues. Before him waited the new blood. Primaris warriors, tall even among the Adeptus Astartes, stood in a disciplined line beside veterans of the old companies. Their armor was drab green and freshly scarred from the first action's planetside. They had learned the mechanics of the chapter quickly: silence, concealment, sudden violence, withdrawal before applause. But learning a method was not the same as understanding the reason it had survived. Lieutenant Saran Vey stood among them, helm mag locked to his thigh. His face was pale, his hair already blackening at the roots, though he was young by the measure of the chapter. His jaw bore the tension of a warrior who wanted the doctrine to be clean and found it was not. Isidon did not address them like sons. He did not soften his tone for warriors newly folded into an old culture. "You inherit the shadow of the Raven Guard," he said. "That means nothing if you worship it." None of the primaries moved. The shadow is not a rite. It is not an ornament. It is not an excuse to whisper old names and imagine yourselves subtle. It is a weapon. If ritual sharpens it, keep the ritual. If ritual dulls it, discard the ritual. Corax did not give his sons darkness so they could admire it. Varan watched the words strike home. Some accepted them, some endured them. Vey listened as if every sentence cut away an error. Isidon touched the hololith. A dozen enemy support nodes brightened. "Your enemy believes in spectacle. The orc wants noise. The traitor wants witnesses. The cultist wants meaning. The Imperial commander often wants the same, dressed in better words. We do not give them what they want." A veteran nearby murmured the old catechism, voice low. "No glory in death." Another answered, "Only the mission endures." Isidon looked across the gathered warriors. "You are already walking toward your killing ground. Every warrior in this chamber has a place where his blood will be spent. You do not know its name. You do not know its sky. That ignorance is not permission to waste the march." The words settled into the strategium's recycled air like dust. A vox chime broke the silence. Scout Sergeant Rauk's signal came through in a wash of jungle static, wet with interference and distant gunfire. "Shadowstalker, this is Rauk. Confirming acquisition of hostile courier remains. Recovered cipher strips, bone tokens, and a marked route slate. Multiple factions using common relay phrases. Repeated title across prisoner mutterings. Brass Prophet." The hololith shifted. Varan felt the warp recoil around the title, not with fear, but recognition. A name with blood on it. A name fed by mouths dying under orders they did not understand. Rauk continued. "Cornata influence likely. Not command in the conventional sense. He is using interpreters, slave scribes, pain engines, orc heralds, rebel logisticians, and vox confessors. The coalition is ugly, but it speaks through his throats." General Varan, present again by necessity, and still wearing hatred like a medal, leaned closer to the projection. "Then we strike him," he said. "At once." The room seemed to know Isidon would refuse before he spoke. "No." The general's eyes narrowed. "Throne preserve us. The prophet is not the army. He is the fever convincing the organs they are one body. We do not cut the head while the veins remain full." Vey spoke carefully. "Then what is the order, my lord?" Isidon marked the map. Messenger trails, interpreter dens, fuel masters, pain engine yards, slave scribe pits, relay towers, beast pens where orc heralds were fed meat and lies, rebel munition offices where governors' seals were forged into obedience, chapels where cult priests translated madness into marching orders. Erase every mouth that lets him speak. The orders went out in silence and returned as murder. In the marshlands west of Hive Ardent, whole rebel regiments received fresh commands through channels they trusted. The orders bore familiar cipher marks, familiar cadence, familiar authority. Advance through the low fog.
Reinforce the artillery park. Redeploy before dawn. The men obeyed because obedience was easier than thought and safer than doubt. The marshes had been seeded with mines the night before. When the first rank entered, the ground opened in fire. The explosions walked backward through the column, triggered by weight, heat, and panic. Men vanished to the waist in mud before detonations tore them in half. Officers screamed for order and were trampled by troops whose legs were already shredded. Laser guns fired at shadows. Vox packs drowned. The wounded tried to crawl and found the mud full of razor wire. By sunrise, the marsh steamed with blood, explosive residue, and ruptured bowel stink. Farther north, orc mobs followed glyph beacons that promised a better fight. The beacons were false, looted from a dead mech's workshop and rewritten by Raptors tech marines with enough understanding of greenskin instinct to be insulting. The mobs roared toward the promise of battle, engines howling, flags snapping, guns firing into the air. They burst from the jungle directly into traitor artillery lanes, just as Raptors' Vox ghosts ordered the batteries to fire on an imaginary Imperial breakthrough. The shells came down. Orcs died laughing, then died angry, then did not care who they killed. Survivors crashed into the guns and butchered the human crews with choppers, fists, teeth, and whatever metal lay close enough to swing. Traitor officers tried to explain. Orcs did not want explanations. They wanted someone to hit. Across Vordrast Secundus, the coalition began to bleed through every vein. In the deep Vox, beneath static and screams, something laughed. It was not the laughter of an orc, too joyous. Not the laughter of a man, too broken. It came through in layers, as if many throats had been nailed together and forced to share one breath. Brass bells rang behind it. Chains dragged across stone. Somewhere within the signal, prisoners shrieked until their voices failed. The brass prophet had sensed the mind against him. Isodon listened without expression as the laughter filled the strategium. Varan Kor felt the warp stir like blood in dark water. The prophet's voice emerged through the static, vast and amused. "Little bird, little knife, I hear you cutting." Isodon reached to the Vox rune and opened the return channel. He said nothing. The silence lasted long enough to become an answer. Then, across 100 enemy channels, the Raptors transmitted the next false order. Ancient Kaides dreamed in iron. He dreamed because the sarcophagus would not allow him the mercy of true sleep. It fed him chemical darkness, measured pain, machine prayer, and fragments of old war until memory became another battlefield. His body, what little remained of it, hung within the amniotic casket at the heart of the dreadnought chassis, a butchered relic of flesh wired into adamantium. Nerve plugs bit into meat that had once worn captain's plate. Cables drank his spasms and translated them into motive command. What had been hands were now a power fist and a salt cannon. What had been lungs were now nutrient pumps, pressure regulators, and incense-stinking life support organs that clicked and wheezed in the dark. He had been Captain Kaides once. That fact came to him as a sound, then a color, then a wound. Taros, sand, railfire, heat shimmer, dust clogged in armor joints, missile silos burning under a hard white sun, the battle barge War Talon hanging above a desert world that did not want the Imperium and did not fear it enough. His company moving through the glare with Raptor's patience, not toward honor, but toward the guns that owned the sky. Then light, then impact, then silence so vast it felt like judgment. He had not died. The chapter had found a worse use for him. Now he walked when awakened. He killed when ordered. He remembered when the sarcophagus failed to keep the past sealed. The past was failing now. The Tech Marines had stirred him too often since Vordrast began. The war below the Shadowstalker required old strength, and old strength carried old ghosts. As Kaides hung in the dreadnought hold, chained between rites of activation, his mind slid past Taros and down into deeper strata,
where the chapter's wounds had fossilized. He saw the world they lost. Its true name came broken through static. In some records it was a home world, in others a fortress world, in others only an operational center near the clawing madness of the Eye of Terror, close enough to the wound in reality that the stars never looked clean. Cades had not been alive when it died, yet the memory lived in him, because the chapter kept its pain like ammunition. Apothecaries had preserved the recollections of brothers who had fled it. Chaplains had sealed their testimony in battle cant. Librarians had touched dying gene seed and heard the final vox traffic echo in the blood. Every generation inherited the disaster by ritual, by warning, by nightmares forced into discipline. The world burned in his sarcophagus dream. Its continents were black rock and fortress lines, storm seas and gun towers, chapels cut into mountain ribs, bastions hidden under ash plains. Void shields arched over citadel districts like blue glass bowls, each one rippling beneath the hammer of orbital fire. The sky was not sky. It was a wound filled with ships. Traitor vessels emerged from warp storms with prows shaped like knives and cathedrals of bone rising from their spines. Their guns spoke in red and white. Lance fire struck the shields and rolled across them in crawling lightning. Macro shells fell like falling moons. Defense lasers climbed upward in answer, stabbing the void, burning scars along enemy hulls before those hulls vomited torpedoes and drop pods through the smoke. Black Crusade. The words came with the taste of copper and incense ash. In the fortress monastery, serfs ran through galleries carrying ammunition, gene caskets, reliquary locks, and sealed ammunition drums. They were mortal men bred to service demigods, and they died with more discipline than many imperial regiments. Some burned without dropping their loads. Some dragged broken comrades away from blast doors, only to be ordered to leave them. Some prayed as they pulled the chains that lowered the gene vaults toward waiting evacuation craft. The gene vaults mattered. The chapter mattered. Everything else was weight. Cades saw a young Raptor officer in the memory, armor scorched, cloak burning at the edges, helm cracked across one lens. His name came through as Arvan Dal, though memory might have lied. He stood at the inner gate of an evacuation hall, while refugees filled the outer approach. Not chapter serfs alone, but manufactorum laborers, fortress menials, bonded families, wounded militia, oath-bearers, scribes, ammo handlers, armory thralls, and those whose bloodlines had served the Raptors for centuries. They crowded beneath the gate in their thousands, then tens of thousands, pressed together by bombardment and terror. Behind them, the city burned. Above them, void shields failed one by one with the sound of gods cracking their bones. The auspex showed contamination markers moving in the crowd. Not many. Enough. Chaos did not need many. A limping pilgrim with a brass rune beneath his tongue. A boy-sized servitor packed with explosives and scripture skins. Men with eyes too red in the dark. Vox beacons hidden in devotional icons. Warp fever crawling across skin in patterns like script. Agents in the meat of the innocent. Knives hidden inside the wound of mercy. The gate officers begged for time. The apothecary confirmed the markers. The Vox from the landing bays screamed that gene vaults were not yet loaded. Dahl gave the order. Seal it. The blast doors began to close. The refugees saw the movement and became one organism made of fear. They surged forward, crushing those at the front against the gate teeth. Men pounded on adamantium with bare hands until fingers split. Others held up oath tags, work seals, dead children, saints' bones, anything that might convince the angels inside that they were worth the risk. A serf captain on the inner side removed his helm and wept without sound as he kept his hand on the control rune. Outside, someone detonated. The explosion tore through the crowd in a blossom of meat and brass light. Bodies struck the closing door in pieces. Infection alarms shrieked. The blast doors sealed with thousands still beyond them,
leaving only muffled impacts and screams dragged thin through the metal. Inside, millions survived long enough to evacuate. Outside, mercy died and was recorded as doctrine. The memory did not flinch from what came next. Raptors' kill teams moved through breached servant districts, executing compromised personnel with bolt pistols, blades, and flamers. They killed men they knew by name. Armory thralls who had loaded their magazines for decades. Deck crews who had painted their gunships. Medici scribes who carried evacuation codes, but also carried warp lesions beneath their collars. One old serf knelt and recited his service lineage back 9 generations, while a raptor checked his eyes and found the brass fleck there. The shot took the top of his head off and painted the oath wall behind him with grey matter. It was not hatred. Hatred would have been cleaner. It was preservation. Fortress walls turned molten beneath sustained bombardment. Ceramite statues of Korax sagged into black streams. The landing fields became a storm of engines, smoke, and bodies. Thunderhawks lifted with their ramps open, serfs still throwing gene caskets inside as the craft rose. One evacuation craft took a lance strike through its belly and fell back into the hangar, rupturing into fire that rolled across the floor and consumed those who had almost escaped. Another launched through falling masonry, trailing bodies from its open side hatch like torn banners. The chapter did not die. That was the victory. Cades thrashed within the sarcophagus, and the dreadnought chassis answered with a low growl of servo strain. Tech marines in the hold looked up from their ritual consoles. One raised a mechadendrite tipped with a sensor and whispered machine cant to soothe the ancient's fury. The dream refused peace. The world cracked below orbital bombardment. Enemy drop pods struck the dead outer districts. Demons moved through smoke in shapes that memory would not hold. Raptors fought not to reclaim anything, but to buy minutes. Brother after brother died with extraction runes blinking behind them. The last transmission from the surface became battle cant, then static, then a phrase repeated across centuries. The chapter has not died. The present returned as pain. On Vordrast Secundus, refugees moved through the valley of St. Cordain in numbers large enough to become terrain. From the ridges, Lieutenant Saranve watched them come. They were supposed to be loyalist civilians from Hive Ardent's lower districts, routed by Orc breakthrough and rebel purge squads. The valley road had once carried ore haulers and shrine pilgrims. Now it carried human ruin, men in ash-covered work coats, boys with ration tins tied around their necks, old shrine wardens dragging icon poles, wounded militia limping on rifle crutches, Factorum bondsmen with stamped skull brands on their brows, servitors crawling on broken tracks, priests with soot-blackened robes and cracked loudhailers. Thousands became hundreds of thousands, and still the column poured from the smoke, filling the road, the drainage ditches, the dry riverbed, the corpse fields beside it. They carried bundles, wounded kin, stolen food, water cans, icons of the Emperor, and infection. The first Auspex warning came from Scout Sergeant Rauch's concealed line. Movement within the column, multiple beacon pings, orc spore density above threshold, plague marks on exposed skin, heat signatures inconsistent with human baseline, confirming hidden transmitters. Vey magnified the feed through his helm display. At first he saw only misery, faces grey with dust, mouths open from thirst, men stumbling because there was nowhere to fall. Then the machine spirit refined the image. A child-sized servitor walked near the center of the crowd, its hood lowered, its gait too steady. Its torso was swollen beneath pilgrim cloth. There were wires in the folds. Another, then another. Several pilgrims had green fungus blooming beneath their collars, spore sacs pulsing behind their ears. A preacher near the rear carried a vox beacon inside his ribcage, the signal leaking through meat. Men with plague marks pressed close to the uninfected, touching wrists, whispering blessings. A group of wounded militia dragged a cart stacked with bodies. The bodies were not dead.
Their mouths moved in unison. Vey's gauntlet tightened around his bolter. General Varen's vox cut into the command channel, voice harsh with static. "Those are Imperial citizens," Isodon replied from orbit, cold enough to make the channel feel empty. "They are a delivery system. You cannot butcher a refugee column on suspicion. Confirmed contamination. They are men of the Imperium. Some are." Varen's voice rose. "Then screen them, sort them, deploy Medici quarantine. In the Emperor's name, Chapter Master, give them a chance." Isodon did not answer immediately. On the ridgeline, Raptors' infiltrators lay hidden among shattered statues, weapons trained. Land speeders hovered behind the broken spine of an aqueduct, missile pods awake. Plasma incinerators glowed in the hands of Primaris kill teams. Flamers were armed. Target runes spread across the column like a disease. Vey heard his own breathing. He had killed traitors without hesitation. He had watched orcs burn. He had seen scouts slit throats in the dark and understood the logic. This was different because the enemy had learned to wear need as armor. Isodon's order came. Quarantine fire. No advance beyond the red line. The valley became hell. Promethium washed across the forward road in long, roaring tongues, fired from concealed squads and ignited by airburst charges. Men vanished inside orange sheets. The first ranks did not even scream before their lungs cooked. The middle ranks screamed enough for all of them. The crowd recoiled, but there was nowhere to go. Those behind pushed forward in terror and were burned by those already burning. Skin blackened, split, and peeled in strips. Clothes became torches. Hair flashed away. Icons fell from hands with no fingers left to hold them. Then the plasma opened. Blue-white suns punched through the densest clusters of heat anomalies. Bodies burst into vapor and char. The child-sized servitors detonated as their bomb rigs cooked off, each explosion ripping a bloody crater in the crowd and flinging pieces across the road. One blast lifted a dozen men into the air as a single torn knot, then dropped what remained of them across the burning asphalt. Vox beacons wailed. Hidden, cult preachers tried to raise their voices and were cut apart by bolter fire, mass reactive shells opening torsos and skulls in wet thunder. Orbital needle strikes followed. From the Shadow Stalker, precision fire fell like spears of white judgment. Not broad bombardment, not mercy. Thin beams stabbed the valley where auspex marked spore blooms and warped taint. Each strike punched through the column and into the road beneath, leaving glassed craters ringed by bodies that had been burned upright. The refugees broke. Some ran back toward the smoke and were shot by rebel guns waiting behind them. Some tried to climb the valley walls and were cut down by Raptors' marksmen when infection markers followed them. Some knelt and prayed, and fire took them in prayer. Some tore at their own infected companions with stones and knives, too late to prove loyalty to weapons already warmed. The smell reached the ridge even through armor filters. Burned fat, cooked blood, promethium, open bowel, wet ash, the chemical sweetness of orc spores roasting in human flesh. No raptor cheered, no oath was shouted. When the guns finally fell silent, the valley smoked beneath a low ceiling of black cloud. Shapes moved in the ash. Not many. A hand, a crawling torso, a man with no face stumbling in circles. One of the servitors still twitched, its bomb harness whining as sparks crawled over its casing. A scout put a round through its core and ended the sound. Raptors descended into the ruin. They checked survivors because survivors might know something. They turned bodies with boot and blade. They cut parasite marks from necks. They removed vox beacons from rib cages. They photographed bomb rigs, fused to small servitor frames. Apothecaries harvested tissue samples and burned their tools afterward. Rauk found a cult preacher still alive beneath 3 corpses, lower body missing, tongue chewed bloody from prayer. He pinned the man's throat beneath his boot and waited while Vey approached. The preacher smiled with cracked teeth. "He sees you, hollow bird." Vey shot him in the face. Later, Beneath the wing shadow of a thunderhawk, Vey confronted Isodon. Not publicly, he had learned that much. The chapter master stood beside a mobile hololith, reviewing casualty vectors while the valley still burned behind them. Ash fell on his camo cloak in soft grey flakes. He did not brush it away. "My lord," Vey said. Isodon did not look up. "Speak." The order was correct. "Yes. That does not make it clean." "No." Vey's voice hardened despite himself. "How many loyal men died in that valley?" Isodon shifted one rune on the display. Enough to prevent Hive Ardent receiving plague carriers, orc spores, and tracking beacons within its evacuation artery. "That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters." Vey felt anger rise, cold and ashamed. "If conscience has no place in command, we are only weapons." Isodon looked at him then. The chapter master's face held no contempt. That made it worse. "Conscience has a place," he said. "It must survive the battle. A conscience that opens the gate to spare thousands and loses millions is vanity wearing a martyr's mask." The words struck with more force than reprimand. Isodon pointed toward the valley. "You will inspect the bodies." Vey said nothing. "You will catalogue the bomb rigs. You will identify the parasite marks. You will watch the apothecaries cut the beacons from the dead. You will learn what was hidden among them. Then you will decide whether your anger was discipline or indulgence." Vey bowed his head. "As ordered." Across the enemy lines, beneath the broken vault of a desecrated Manufactorum cathedral, the brass prophet listened to reports carried by men who hated being alive. He was immense, though not in the simple way of an orc or the sacred way of an Astartes. His armor was brass and black iron, layered with chain, parchment skin, and plates beaten from conquered shrine bells. Horns rose from his helm like the ribs of a butchered beast. His throne was made from tank treads, cathedral stone, and the fused bones of officers who had failed to make war large enough. Around him hung vox speakers grown into screaming mouths. Behind him, pain engines pulled confessions from prisoners and translated their agony into signals that moved armies. He had expected loyalists. He had expected rage from them, honor, pride, zeal, the need to be seen doing the emperor's work. He could bend those things. Rage could be fed, honor could be baited, pride could be insulted, zeal could be redirected until it burned its own house down. The Raptors gave him little. They did not answer challenges. They did not defend insults. They did not rush to save the doomed. They did not mourn loudly enough for grief to become a handle. They cut roots, mouths, arteries, hands. They turned allies into suspicion and strength into noise. They left the grand kills untouched while they murdered the small men who made grand kills possible. The prophet leaned forward as a slave scribe crawled to him with a slate between shaking teeth. "Again," he said. The slave pressed his forehead to the floor. Messenger chain broken at Southern Marsh, fuel masters slain in Hive Ardent, orc glyph roots corrupted, Pain Engine 9 silent, Pain Engine 12 reports false orders spreading through the Gathrog remnants, 3 planetary governors demand confirmation of your will. The prophet laughed, and every speaker in the chamber screamed with him. "Hollow birds," he murmured. "Hollow birds with knives in their beaks." One of his champions, a warrior in red plate crusted with old blood, slammed a chain axe against the floor. "Let us hunt them." The prophet turned his helm slowly. "You would hunt mist with a hammer." The champion bristled. The prophet rose. Chains slid from his armor. Prisoners began weeping without knowing why. "No, we give them a world too large to cut. We make the slaughter so vast even knives drown." The war obeyed him as much as any war obeyed anything. 3 hive continents ignited in open rebellion and counterpurge. The equatorial jungle belts erupted as orc migrations surged toward false and true battles alike. Orbital docks became boarding grounds, Navy armsmen fighting traitor ratings in corridors slick with blood and void frost.
Shrine moons fired ancient defense lasers at the wrong ships as infiltrators rewrote target prayers. Asteroid Manufactoria broke from Imperial control, their engines pushing them into new orbits where they vomited munitions toward whoever held their command codes that hour. Billions moved. The Raptors remained few. That was enough. A squad severed a rail spine and delayed an army. A scout killed one interpreter and left 3 Orc mobs without a shared direction. A land speeder strike destroyed a fuel dump, grounding rebel armor across 2 districts. A silent blade in a Vox shrine made a planetary militia turn its guns inward. Each action was small against the scale of Vordrast's suffering. Each was a finger pressed to the correct nerve. In the dreadnought hold, ancient Kaides woke fully. The awakening shook dust from the gantries. Runes flared across his sarcophagus cradle. Restraint clamps groaned as the huge chassis flexed against them. Tech Marines hurried through activation rites, mechadendrites flashing, voices overlapping in machine prayer. The assault cannon spun once, hungry and dry. The power fist opened and closed with the sound of a gate sealing. Cady's Vox grill crackled. For a moment there was only static, then a breath that was not breath. Has the chapter died yet? The question rolled through the Shadowstalker's command Vox, ancient, cracked, and terrible with memory. In the Strategium, every Raptor heard it. Lias Isidon stood over the Hololithic War and watched enemy formations collide, burn, and change. He placed one hand on the edge of the display, as if feeling for a pulse. Not today, he said. There were places in the chapter's records where history did not end. It stopped breathing. Origo was one of them. The name existed in the sealed ledgers as a wound under black wax, a system, a blockade, a silence. The Raptors had been there, though the records refused to confess how many companies, which captains, what orders, and whose hand signed the final authority. The system had been sealed. Its population had vanished. Investigators had followed years later with questions, rosettes, threats, sanctified warrants, and the arrogance of men who believed truth feared their office. They vanished too. Some chapters would have called it shame and locked it away beneath prayer. Others would have burned the page and pretended purity survived ignorance. The Raptors preserved it differently. Not
as apology, not as confession, as method. A war could be won by killing armies. A sector could be saved by making one world disappear from the enemy's reach. The Imperium praised martyrs, named crusades after fools, and carved statues for captains who led charges into artillery. It was less comfortable remembering the campaigns won by starvation, suffocation, panic, and locked doors. Lias Isidon remembered. He stood in the strategium of the Shadowstalker, while Vordrast Tertius turned above the hololithic table. The moon city was ugly even from orbit. It had no oceans, no forests, no wasted beauty. Its entire surface was industry layered over older industry, a crust of furnace districts, corpse starch manufactoria, ammunition hives, vat towers, slave habs, transit spines, and defense batteries. Cities had grown into one another until the whole moon became a single machine for feeding war. Its night side glittered with forge light. Its day side smoked beneath a bruised atmosphere, held in place by failing shield grids and void seals older than most dynasties. Vordrast Tertius supplied the coalition below. Munitions flowed from its shell plants to rebel artillery. Corpse starch blocks fed slave armies, traitor regiments, and orc labor pens. Armor plates, autogun magazines, promethium drums, stim injectors, rebreather filters, and crude explosive collars descended in armored bulk landers. Imperial Command wanted the moon captured intact. The Munitorum had already calculated its output, stamped reclamation priority on the reports, and spoken of recovery as if recovery were a virtue rather than a hunger. Isidon had read the scout reports. Beneath the corpse starch factories, where rendered dead were pressed into grey ration bricks for living soldiers,
The Raptors had found breeding vats. Not standard vat labor, not penal replacement flesh. Berserker stock. Men grown too quickly in nutrient pus, packed with adrenal grafts, pain blockers, muscle knots, and obedient scars. Entire halls of swollen bodies hung from hook frames, twitching in amniotic sludge, while cult chirurgeons carved anger into their nerves. Worse waited below. Orc hybrid biofuel fungus spread through the lower recyclers, cultivated in defiance of sanity. Mech filth and human industry had been made to work together by desperate minds. The fungus drank corpse slurry, promethium vapor, and waste heat, then exhaled a volatile green gas capable of feeding engines, poisoning air systems, and spreading spores through ventilation ducts. It was not stable. It was not safe. It was productive. The moon was not merely a supply source. It was an infection with engines. General Varen's voice came through the command link from the Crusade flagship, thick with fatigue and anger. The moon must be taken. Its shell output alone could sustain 3 fronts. We have guard regiments prepared for boarding and urban reclamation. Isidon watched a red rune appear over a vat district and spread contamination probability across 6 surrounding sectors. No. The answer had become familiar. It had not become easier for the mortals to hear. An inquisitorial observer stood nearby, physically present in the Shadowstalker's strategium, because his office gave him the right, and his courage, or pride, had brought him close enough to use it. Inquisitor Halvan was narrow, hard-faced, and dressed in black carapace beneath a long storm coat. His rosette hung from a chain at his chest. He carried a plasma pistol at his hip, and a power sword whose hilt had been kissed by too many hands. His eyes were sharp, but they moved too often to be fearless. "You propose destruction of Imperial property," Halvan said. "I propose denial of enemy capacity. There are loyal workers on that moon. There are useful machines on that moon," Isidon replied. "Both facts are now subordinate." Halvan stepped closer to the table. Subordinate to what? Isidon marked the understructure with one gauntleted finger. Silence. The blockade began before Vordras Tertius knew it had been judged. No declaration crossed the void. No ultimatum was delivered to the moon's ruling combines. No priest announced a final chance for repentance. The Vox traffic continued outward from Tertius for another hour, full of propaganda, work quotas, ration lies, casualty denials, noble decrees, cult sermons, and frantic requests for escort craft. None of it reached the wider war. The Raptors had already killed the moon's voice. Stealth frigates moved into high anchor behind debris fields and dead ore haulers. Mine layers ghosted through orbital lanes, leaving dark shoals of void mines whose machine spirits slept without beacon or warning. Kill satellites, little more than weaponized coffins with Auspex eyes and cold thrusters, rotated into hidden positions above evacuation corridors. Boarding torpedoes drifted unpowered in the shadow of maintenance docks until their hulls kissed metal. Hidden teams cut into the moon through waste vents, coolant spines, corpse intake ports, and forgotten pilgrim locks sealed centuries before. Above Tertius, the void narrowed. No ship left. The first transport that tried simply stopped existing, its reactor pierced by a kill satellite lance before its captain finished his clearance prayer. The second was taken by mines, breaking apart in slow tumbling halves, spilling men and ration bricks into vacuum. The third turned back. The fourth transmitted surrender codes and was ignored until its engines failed and it drifted into the moon's gravity, burning down through the polluted atmosphere like a falling candle. Inside the moon city, panic arrived late. It began as irritation in ration queues, then delay in air pressure checks, then missing overseers, then Vox channels repeating old orders with tiny errors. The noble houses of Furnace Crown blamed the factory clans. The factory clans blamed the corpse guilds. The corpse guilds blamed rebel logisticians. The cult priests blamed weakness, and promised deliverance through greater sacrifice. The orcs in the fighting pits, denied meat and noise for too long, broke their gates with slabs of scrap iron and poured into the lower promenades, howling for anything that would bleed. Food riots became cannibal massacres by the second day. Corpse starch vaults were stormed by workers who had spent their lives rendering the dead and now tore ration bricks from one another's hands with teeth and tools. A clan overseer ordered heavy stubbers fired into the crowd. The crowd surged anyway, trampling the first rows into paste, dragging gunners down from their nests and opening them with hook blades. Men ate beside the dead machinery that had once fed them. Some prayed while doing it, some laughed, most simply chewed. In the noble districts, marble floors ran red. House retainers in lacquered armor fought guild enforcers through galleries lined with portraits of ancestors who had sold ammunition to both loyalty and treason. Bolt pistols cracked in banquet halls. Power mauls crushed skulls over ration ledgers. One lord tried to announce emergency authority from a balcony and died when a sniper round from nowhere entered beneath his chin and burst his head across the family crest. Below, cult priests mounted pulpits made from overturned ammo crates and promised that the brass prophet would open the sky. Their own guards shot them when the air began to fail. The Raptors were already in the understructure. Kill Team Blacktalon moved through service arteries beneath Corpse Starch Manufactorum 9, boots silent on gratings slick with fat residue. Brother Marek Solon led with his bolter lowered, helm lenses dimmed to predatory slits. Sergeant Tavian Rauk moved at his side, smaller in scout armor but no less dangerous, his camo cloak blending with steam and shadow. Behind them came infiltrators, a tech marine, and two rivers carrying vox thieves and fear emitters in sealed packs. The understructure was a world of pipes, sweating walls, old machine breath, and distant screaming. Conveyors still moved above them, dragging bodies toward grinders. Some bodies wore Imperial worker brands, some wore rebel insignia, some were too small, too wasted, too damaged to name. The machines did not care. The moon ate all dead with equal devotion. A pair of logisticians rounded a corner with data slates chained to their wrists. They saw green armor and had time to understand nothing. Solon fired once. The first man became a red burst against the pipework, upper torso gone, limbs dropping a heartbeat later. Rauk crossed the distance to the second and opened his throat with a blade, catching the data slate before it hit the floor. The man died trying to hold his blood inside with both hands. Rauk passed the slate to the tech marine. Routing schedules. The tech marine's helm angled. Mechadendrites slid from his back like metallic serpents, puncturing the slate, tasting its data. His voice emerged layered with Binharic clicks and disdain. Confirmation. Water purification nexus beneath Sector Ash 7. Ammunition stabilizer stores accessible through clan shrine elevators. Command cadres relocating by forged evacuation instruction already seeded. Solon looked down the dark corridor as screams echoed through a ventilation shaft. This is not war. Rauk wiped his blade on the dead logistician's coat. Correct. War gives the enemy chances. This is correction. They moved on. Water died first. Charges placed at the purification nexus did not create a grand explosion. They ruined filters, cracked seals, spoiled chemical balances. By the next shift cycle, every tap in 3 districts coughed brown sludge and nerve toxin. Men fought over cisterns already poisoned. Children of the factory clans drank because thirst was stronger than caution and died with their backs arched, mouths foaming, fingers clawing at their own eyes. Ammunition stores died next. The Raptors did not simply detonate them. Detonation would have been brief. Instead, they contaminated stabilizer compounds, altered storage temperatures, forged inspection rights, and allowed the enemy to move shells that had become treacherous into active distribution. Rebel batteries on the moon's defense rim loaded rounds that burst in breaches, blowing gun crews into strings of meat. autocannon belts cooked off in armories. Grenade crates sweated acid through their seals until handlers lifted them and lost hands, faces, throats. Command died in fragments. Orders appeared across the moon's internal network, instructing ruling cadres, noble officers, cult overseers, and factory clan heads to evacuate by designated safe routes toward protected furnace districts. The routes were real. The furnace districts were real. The protection was not. At Furnace Gate Cord, thousands pressed through an armored passage 3 decks wide. The moon's command cadre was hidden among them, disguised in worker coats, surrounded by household guards and bribed enforcers. Nobles sweated beneath ash masks. Guild masters clutched code keys under their robes. Vox scribes carried sealed data reliquaries containing production totals and treason correspondences. Around them surged frightened workers who believed the powerful knew where safety was. At the far end of the passage, a blast door began to descend. The crowd screamed. From a maintenance alcove above the gate, the Raptors tech marine watched through red lenses. He had already fixed the melter charge to the door's locking spine. It was not placed to open the gate. It was placed to seal it forever. His mechadendrite pressed the activation rune. White heat flooded the locking mechanism. Metal shrieked. The door fused into its frame, edges sagging, molten runnels dripping onto the first hands that reached beneath it. Men pounded on the other side. Thousands of fists became one wet thunder. Guards fired into the crowd to make space and were torn apart by those behind them. Noble voices shrieked orders no system could hear. Someone triggered an explosive collar in panic, and the blast killed enough people to pack the passage tighter with dead. The tech marine remained until the pounding weakened. Then he recorded the seal integrity and moved to the next objective. Inquisitor Halvan watched the moon's internal picked captures in the strategium with his jaw clenched. Isodon had provided him the projections without being asked twice. Direct assault, 18 million Imperial dead, with a significant chance of containment failure and spore spread to the Crusade fleet. Starvation siege, 6 million enemy dead, duration uncertain, with enemy production continuing long enough to supply 3 planetary counteroffensives. Covert collapse, no Imperial regiments committed, production ended, contamination contained, moon rendered strategically inert. The numbers glowed before Halvan in pale green. They did not shake. His hand did. "You ask me to sanction this?" "No," Isodon said. "I ask you to understand what has already begun." Halvan looked at him, anger fighting horror and losing to arithmetic. "There may be loyal souls still alive down there. There may be. You will not recover them? No. You will not allow confession, evacuation, screening? No." The Inquisitor's voice dropped. "You do not fear judgment?" Isodon's eyes remained on the moon. "Only failure." Halvan stared at the hololith for a long time. Then he took the silence order, pressed his rosette seal into the black wax, and signed with a hand that would not stop trembling. The final transmission from Vordras Tertius was not a message. It was a choir of everything dying at once. Machine prayers shrieked as reactors overheated without coolant. Guild channels begged for authorization codes from officers already sealed in furnace corridors. Cult voxcasters screamed praise until their speakers melted. Orcs roared through smoke-choked arenas, killing and burning because there was nothing else left to do. Factory workers cried for air. Noble houses recited bloodline privileges to locked doors. Servitors repeated error litanies while their flesh components cooked inside failing chassis. Somewhere deep in the moon, a corpse starch grinder continued working long after the feed line had filled with living bodies. The reactors did not explode in glory. Glory was for men watching from far away. From orbit, Vordras Tertius simply began to go dark. One district at a time, the lights failed. Furnace Crown blinked out. The Corpse Guild stacks faded. The lower hab spirals died in rings. Defense batteries went blind.
Transit spines ceased glowing. The Moon City did not burst. It did not crack. It did not offer the mercy of spectacle. It suffocated. The Raptors recorded mission success, while fires still moved beneath the surface, like thoughts in a dying brain. Their stealth frigates retrieved kill teams. Minefields remained armed. Kill satellites waited for anything foolish enough to leave late. By the time Imperial relief ships translated into the outer approach, bearing Medici craft, reclamation crews, and pious delusions, the Shadow Stalker had already altered course. In the memory vaults, Origo remained silent. Now Tertius would join it. Lias Isodon stood alone at the strategium table after the mortals had gone. The hololith showed the moon as a black sphere veined with cooling wounds. There would be inquiries. There were always inquiries when men needed horror to have a culprit. Reports would be sealed. Witnesses would misremember. Casualty figures would be adjusted into acceptable lies. Perhaps another inquisitor would come one day with questions and a rosette bright enough to blind himself. Isodon did not look away from the dead moon. Origo had not been madness. Vordras Tertius had not been rage. It was doctrine without sentiment. It was what remained when glory was stripped from war, and only the necessary cruelty survived. The jungle did not hate men. Hatred required intent, and the equatorial murder jungles of Vordrast Secundus possessed something older and less merciful than intent. They consumed because consumption was the only law that had survived there. They drank blood because blood was wet. They swallowed tanks because wreckage made trellises for root systems. They fed on corpses, promethium, spores, sweat, fear, and the steady rain of ash drifting down from burning hive continents. They made no distinction between loyalist and traitor, orc and man, slave and officer, saint and beast. To the Astra Militarum, the jungle was a nightmare. To the Raptors, it was an ally that had not yet been given instructions. Scout Sergeant Tavian Rauk lay belly down in rot water beneath a canopy of thorn leaves wide enough to shelter a chimera. His armor had been painted by mud, fungus, and leech blood until the drab green ceramite beneath was only a rumor. Filth clung in the recesses of his helm. Vines dragged at his camo cloak. Fat grey insects crawled across his lenses, and he allowed them to remain there because wiping them away would be movement, and movement was confession. Around him, his neophytes waited in the same foul stillness. They had learned to breathe shallowly through rebreather filters clogged with fungal dust. They had learned not to flinch when worms burrowed through the mud near their cheek seals. They had learned that armor did not make them separate from the battlefield. Armor merely gave them more time to become part of it without dying. Ahead, an orc trail cut through the black growth. It was not a road. Orcs made roads by killing what stood in front of them until the ground surrendered. Trees had been hacked apart with chain blades and crude axes. Roots had been crushed under truck treads. Human bodies hung from branches as markers, some stripped, some bitten, some still twitching because orc humor had an animal patience to it. Glyph plates were nailed into trunks with bones and scrap metal. The largest glyph showed a grinning skull with a jaw made from tank tracks, Grukmar's skull boiler's mark. Warboss Grukmar had come from the burning depot lands with enough survivors, speed freaks, feral mobs, and fungus-drunk lunatics to become a problem if allowed to live too long. He was huge even for his kind, a slab of green muscle packed into plates of riveted iron and luted ceramite. His lower jaw had been replaced by a grinding iron maw that smoked when he laughed. He called himself Skull Boiler because he liked boiling skulls before wearing them, and because orcs admired a name that explained the joke with enough violence. The brass prophet had whispered to him, or through him, or around him. Rauk did not care which. The result mattered. Grukmar was pulling the jungle tribes together. Feral human cannibals who worshipped green gods now brought him prisoners. Rebel handlers bribed his mechs with fuel. Cult priests painted brass runes on orc banners, and pretended they had influence over creatures that respected only size, noise, and results. Rauk's mission was not to kill him. Not yet. A dead war boss made room for another. A humiliated war boss made enemies. The neophyte beside Rauk shifted half a finger's width, enough to stir the water. Rauk's hand closed around the warrior's wrist with slow pressure. Not punishment. Correction. Stillness, Rauk voxed through bone conduction. The jungle kills what announces itself. The neophyte stilled. Rauk released him. He remembered Jemadal, because the chapter forced him to remember it, though he had never walked its swamps. The memory had been given to him in hypno-rite, apothecarian echo, and the bitter speech of veterans who treated history as a field manual written in blood. Jemadal had not been chosen as a teacher. It had been an accident, a crash, a fleet action gone wrong. Raptors thrown down onto a death world that drowned, poisoned, bitten, and starved anything arrogant enough to demand obedience from it. The first brothers on Jemadal had not conquered the world. They had been corrected by it. Their armor seals failed under fungal acid. Their rebreathers choked on spores too fine for standard filters. Swamp water rose above the neck rings of wounded warriors and filled cracks with parasites. The air itself became an enemy, wet and venomous, thick with chemical rot. Supply lines were fantasies. Extraction was delayed. Pride became a casualty. So the Raptors adapted. They cut apart their own armor and rebuilt it with osmotic gill modifications to draw usable oxygen from poisoned water and vapor. They fed on local flora after apothecaries identified what would kill slower than hunger. They learned which fungi could be eaten, which could be burned, and which could be smeared across armor to hide scent from predators. They stopped treating the Codex as a cage and remembered it was a weapon manual, not a suicide pact. A warrior who would not change died cleanly. A warrior who changed killed longer. Rauk taught that lesson without sermon. He held up one gauntleted hand so the neophytes could see the grafted filter node fixed to his forearm seal, a crude field pattern based on Jemadal designs and adapted to Vordrast's rot. It was ugly. It violated the armor's original line. It worked. Ceramite is not sacred, he said. Survival is sacred only because it allows another kill. The Codex is not discarded. It is read in the language of terrain. A raptor who refuses to adapt because pride tells him he is already perfect is not noble. He is ammunition for the enemy. The neophytes answered in whispers. No glory in death. Only the mission endures. Human voices moved through the jungle behind them. The Astra Militarum jungle troops had arrived at Vordrast with little interest in parade ground discipline and less interest in dying by parade ground order. They were men of knife culture, ash world, vaporwood, and death forest stock, drawn from regiments that had learned to fight orcs, where tanks drowned and artillery could not see. Some wore Armageddon rebreather masks, painted with tusk marks. Others carried machetes with grips wrapped in human skin or orc hide, depending on the owner's claims and honesty. Their flak armor was patched with bark strips, mesh netting, bone charms, and looted glyph plates turned upside down as insults. Colonel Hask Bran led them from the front because jungle soldiers would not long obey a man who smelled only of maps. He was scarred, broad, and old enough that death seemed to have grown bored of asking. A cigar stub burned behind the grill of his respirator. His left arm was augmetic from shoulder to wrist, a dented thing of iron and black rubber with kill notches cut into the casing. He expected space marines to descend as loud gods, to stride through fire and demand mortal men follow them into glorious slaughter. Instead, he found Rauk and his scouts crawling in leech water. Bran crouched beside the scout sergeant, mud rising to his knees. You lot always fight like corpses waiting to be buried? Rauk did not look at him. Only when corpses would be harder to detect. The colonel grunted. My boys were told the Emperor's angels had come. They were misinformed. Are you joking, Sergeant? No. Bran stared at him for a moment, then gave a low laugh that sounded like gravel in a tin cup. "Throne, I might like you." Rauk raised one finger. Silence fell. Down the trail came the orcs. They arrived as sound first. Engine coughs, metal banging, crude laughter, the wet slap of heavy feet through mud. Then shapes emerged between the trees. Boys with slab muscles and rusted armor, shooters held loose, choppers dragging through root tangles. Grots scampered around them with ammo boxes and stolen teeth on strings. A knob with a shoulder plate made from a loyalist tank hatch shoved smaller orcs aside, bellowing about lost fuel, missing squigs, and which of Grukmar's lieutenants had stolen what. Above the trail, hidden in the canopy, Raptors had already written the next lie. Captured orc glyphs hung from vines, altered just enough by Techmarine logic and scout cruelty. One suggested that Big Knob Urgak had hidden fuel from war boss Grukmar. Another implied that boss Skargrim had called Grukmar's iron jaw a grot mouth. A third, daubed in fresh blood and nailed to a tree with a severed orc hand, announced that the best fight was east. None of it needed to be sophisticated. Orc politics was anatomy. The biggest fist wrote law until another fist broke it. The knob saw the glyphs. He stopped. Behind him, the mob bunched up, irritated by lack of motion. One orc shoved another. A grot was kicked into a thorn bush and screamed until something inside the bush pulled him under. The knob tore the glyph from the tree and stared at it, lips peeling back from yellow tusks. "Urgak nicked a fuel," he growled. Another orc laughed. "Urgak says you nicked a skulls." The knob turned. The first shove became a punch. The punch became a chopper swing. The chopper swing opened an orc's belly, spilling dark ropes into the mud. That orc laughed once, tried to stuff himself back in, then was trampled as the mob's temper ignited. Shootaz fired at arm's length. Axes rose and fell. A grot carrying a rocket pack exploded when someone stepped on him. The jungle trail vanished beneath green bodies beating one another bloody over a lie they wanted to believe. Rauk waited until the fight peaked. Then he clicked the trigger rune. Monofilament traps snapped tight across the trail. Invisible wires, drawn between trees and anchored to buried grav hooks, came alive as the orcs surged. The first line of boys ran into them at chest height and came apart in segments, torsos sliding from legs, arms spinning away with fingers still flexing. One knob drove forward through the wire by sheer mass, losing half his face, one ear, and a thick flap of shoulder muscle before the wire bit into his throat and stopped at the spine. He gurgled, furious and amazed. Then a jungle trooper put a shotgun slug through his open mouth. The human ambush opened from both flanks. Lasfire flickered in disciplined bursts. Autoguns chattered. Flamers bloomed against fungal mats behind the orcs, cutting off retreat in curtains of burning spore dust. The jungle troops did not stand in lines. They fought from holes, tree roots, mud walls, and corpse piles. Men appeared long enough to fire and vanished before return shots smashed bark and meat around them. Then the raptors fired. Bolters spoke in short, controlled thunder, not the roaring waste of men drunk on power, but execution cadence. Each mass reactive round found meat and became a detonation. Orc chests burst outward, heads snapped apart in red-green mist, knees vanished, spines opened. A boy raising a rocket launcher lost both arms and stared at the stumps before a second round took his jaw and most of his skull. The ground became a sucking paste of black mud, orc blood, shredded fungus, and human entrails, where a chopper had reached one unlucky guardsman and split him from collar to groin. The orcs tried to charge. That was their virtue and their stupidity. They came through fire with burning skin, laughing, screaming, shooting wildly. One reached Bran's line and pulped a guardsman with a chopper swing that caved the man's helmet, skull, and rib cage in one wet crush. Bran stepped inside the backstroke and rammed a melter bomb under the orc's jaw.
The creature had just enough time to grin before its head became steam and bone fragments. Rauk dropped from the trees onto the back of another knob. His blade entered at the base of the skull, angled down, and severed the spine. The orc remained standing for 2 heartbeats, legs still trying to obey a head no longer connected to them. Rauk kicked away as the body toppled. The ambush lasted less than 3 minutes. The trail looked as though a god had chewed it and spat it back into the jungle. Colonel Brand stood among the remains, wiping orc blood from his respirator with his augmetic hand. He watched a raptor neophyte drag a wounded orc into the mud and hold it down while another cut away its glyph plate. "You use their own signs against them," Brand said. "They trust signs they can shout at," Rauk replied. "You think like hunters. We think like survivors. Same thing in this filth." Rauk looked toward the distant canopy, where smoke was rising in thick green columns. No, hunters stop when fed. By midday, the war beneath the trees became larger. Grukmau's mobs were moving through 3 valleys and 2 swamp basins, following drums, glyphs, smoke, and anger. Feral human tribes ran ahead of them, lean cannibal things wearing bone masks and orc teeth, driving prisoners with spears tipped in rust and venom. Behind the warbands came fungus wagons, spore sleds, squig pens, mech carts, and crude towers dragged by chains. Every orc army carried its own tomorrow within it. Spores in the mud, spores in the blood, spores in the lungs of the dead. A battle won against orcs was not finished while the ground remained fertile. Isidon understood this better than the Imperial commanders below him. In the Shadow Stalker, he reviewed the jungle feeds with ancient Cades awake in the command link, his Vox a grinding ruin of machine breath and old contempt. General Varen's projection appeared beside Colonel Brand's muddy field image. "The war boss is exposed," Varen said. "A strike now could remove him." "Another will rise," Isidon answered. "Then we kill that one too." "And the spores?" Varen hesitated. Isidon marked the jungle floor beneath Grukmau's migration routes. "The breeding grounds are the objective, not the visible mobs." Colonel Brand spat to the side, though his projection rendered it as a glitch. "We found caverns under the fungal towers, full of spores, squigs, growing greenskins. Smells like a slaughterhouse married a brewery and died of rot." "We burned them," Isidon said. The general's image tightened. "With what?" "Everything that denies growth." The order passed down through channels so secure they barely existed. Flamer teams entered the spore caverns first. The openings were hidden beneath mats of fungus and ribbed root growth, warm air breathing from them in sour gusts. Inside, the world was green, wet, and alive with obscene promise. Spore sacs pulsed on the walls. Squigs gnawed bones in the dark. Half-formed orcoid shapes hung in fungal wombs, twitching, grinning before they had eyes. The floor moved underfoot because things beneath it were trying to be born. The raptors did not hesitate. Promethium roared down the tunnels and turned the green light orange. Fungal towers burst as internal gases cooked off, showering burning spores over the cavern walls. Half-formed orcs thrashed in their growth sacs as flame boiled them in their own fluids. Squigs ran shrieking, hides sloughing from muscle, jaws snapping even as their eyes melted. Flamers swept methodically, left to right, floor to ceiling, until every surface dripped black. Where flame could not reach, rad grenades rolled. Their detonation was small, almost disappointing, but the Auspex alarms screamed as the invisible poison spread. Growth chambers wilted, fungal flesh split and liquefied. Spores died before they could drift. In deeper tunnels, sealed charges marked with red Mechanicus prohibition script burned with a pale, hungry fire that clung to stone, metal, and living tissue alike. It was not named aloud. Some weapons were prayers best left unspoken. The Raptors used them anyway because tomorrow mattered more than purity. A guard squad stumbled upon the aftermath and retched through their masks.
Brother Marek Solan stood at the cavern mouth, armor streaked with soot and green ichor, bolter held across his chest. Ancient Cades loomed behind him, dreadnought chassis spattered with burning fungal matter, assault cannon barrels still smoking. His sarcophagus lamps glowed like buried coals. Colonel Bran approached, stepping over a charred squig carcass that still twitched. "You fight them like vermin," he said. Cady's vox grill crackled. The ancient's voice ground out of him like stones dragged through a grave. "No, vermin can be starved. Orcs must be denied tomorrow." The jungle burned in hidden places for the rest of the day. Grookmau's skullboiler felt the damage before he understood it. His camp sprawled across a basin of crushed trees and looted imperial barricades. Smokestacks rose from mech workshops. Squig hides dried on racks. Human captives hung in cages over cooking fires. Orcs fought, drank fungus brew, shot into the air, and argued over loot with the enthusiasm of creatures made for endless appetite. At the center of it all stood Grookmau's war platform, a mobile heap of armor plates and tank engines decorated with skulls boiled clean and nailed in rows. The war boss roared when the first reports came. Urgak's mob had wandered east and vanished. Skargrim's nobs had been found dead, with coward marks carved into their armor. Fuel sleds were missing. Fungus caverns burned. Glyphs appeared in the night, claiming Grookmau's jaw had been made by grots. A dead nob had been propped near the camp gate with his own chopper buried in his back, and a sign declaring he had run from Humies. Grookmau killed the messenger by biting his face off. That improved nothing. The Raptors continued. They killed Grookmau's best nobs in ways that looked like betrayal. One was found in a fuel pit with Urgak's glyph painted on his chest. Another was discovered hanging from a watchtower, his throat opened by a blade deliberately shaped like a rival's favorite chopper. A mech workshop exploded after receiving ammunition supposedly sent by Skargrim. Rauk personally placed looted teeth from one lieutenant's kill chain in another's sleeping pit. Orcs did not solve mysteries, they solved proximity. By nightfall, Grookmau's camp was a storm of accusation, gunfire, and brawling. Mobs formed around rival bosses. Feral tribes fled into the jungle and were hunted by other orcs who thought flight looked like guilt. A pain boy tried to explain that the Humies were tricking them, but he chose the wrong moment to say it while standing near a pile of stolen fuel. Someone shot the fuel. The pain boy became a fountain of burning meat and tools. From the canopy above the basin, Rauk watched through magnoculars. Colonel Bran crouched beside him, with half his face painted in mud and orc blood. "You sure we should not call artillery?" the colonel whispered. Rauk tracked Grookmau as the war boss smashed two knobs aside and bellowed for order. The iron jaw clanged with every roar. Around him, his empire tore itself apart with glorious enthusiasm. No, he is right there. Yes, could kill him. Yes, Bran waited. But Rauk lowered the magnoculars. Then they would agree he was dead. Below, Grookmau charged into a mob that had accused him of weakness. His power claw closed around an orc's torso and crushed until the creature's guts burst from its mouth. Another knob buried an axe in Grookmau's shoulder. The war boss laughed, tore the axe free with half his own meat attached, and headbutted the offender so hard the knob's skull collapsed around his tusks. The camp erupted. Orcs chose sides by instinct, volume, and whatever direction
offered the nearest fight. Guns flashed in the dark. Mechs tried to save engines and were trampled. Squigs broke loose and ate anything smaller than themselves. Human captives screamed in their cages as stray rounds cut chains and dropped them into the melee. The jungle around the camp seemed to lean inward, drinking the heat, the blood, the spores, the future. Rauk activated the final glyph beacon. At the edge of the basin, hidden speakers built from looted orc scrap barked in a crude approximation of Grookmau's voice. "Urgak's the biggest. Grookmau's jaw is grot scrap." The effect was immediate. Urgak's remaining followers, who had not known they were followers until accused of it, roared back. Grukmau turned toward them with murder in every line of his huge body. Skargrim's mob took the movement as proof of attack and opened fire. Within seconds, the basin was no longer a camp. It was a civil war with bad aim. Rauk watched until Grukmau disappeared beneath a swarm of his own warriors, rising now and then to kill, bleed, and roar. The Raptors had not beaten him in a duel. They had not taken his skull. They had not given the orcs a story clean enough to remember. They had made him look weak. For orcs, that was a wound deeper than death. When dawn stained the jungle canopy with dirty red light, the basin was still fighting. The war boss lived, perhaps, or he did not. The distinction no longer mattered. His mobs were broken into smaller hungers. His breeding caverns were ash. His lieutenants had murdered one another over lies. His alliance with the brass prophet had become another noise lost in orc rage. Rauk signaled the Shadow Stalker. Objective achieved. Grukmau's cohesion ended. Breeding sites denied. Remaining mobs fragmenting. Isodon's reply came after a breath of static. Withdraw before they remember the enemy. Rauk looked once more at the basin below. Orcs hacked, bit, shot, burned, and laughed beneath the trees, while the jungle accepted every corpse as seed. Raptors' kill teams faded from the canopy. Jungle troops pulled back through paths marked with silent knives. Behind them, the murder forest closed over boot prints, shell casings, teeth, and blood. The jungle did not hate men. With the right instruction, it killed them anyway. Vordrast Prime had not declared rebellion with banners of flayed saints or demonic sigils painted in blood across its spires. It had done so with speeches. The ruling houses had used clean words at first: liberty, redress, sovereignty, progress, local stewardship, rational tithe reform. They had spoken from marble balconies beneath void shields, while manufacturing workers starved in the ash districts, and the noble bloodlines drank filtered air through gold-edged vents. They had addressed their people as citizens rather than subjects, and that alone had been enough to make the administratum scribes reach for red ink. They had questioned the planetary tithe, then delayed it, then armed their delay behind regiments of household troops, mercenary armor, and hive militia, bought with promises that meant nothing beyond the next ration cycle. By the time the first imperial demand for obedience reached the high spires, the noble houses had already sealed the tithe vaults, seized the astropathic chambers, rewritten the public vox prayers, and declared that Vordrast Prime would no longer bleed for a distant corpse on a golden throne. To the Imperium, there were many names for such defiance. Heresy was the kindest. The hive rose from the planet like a blade stabbed into a diseased world. Its lower districts disappeared beneath storms of ash and chemical fog. Its mid-levels were wrapped in transit rails, shrine bridges, hab stacks, manufacturum ribs, and anti-aircraft towers. Its upper spires pierced the brown clouds in towers of black glass, adamantium, and old arrogance. Above them floated the sky palaces, suspended by grav engines and chained docking spines, where the ruling houses had hidden themselves behind void screens, private armies, and the comforting lie that height was safety. Millions of guardsmen gathered below the walls. They came in columns that vanished into the polluted horizon. Cadian remnants in grey fatigues, Steel Legion assault companies in long coats and rebreather masks, penal battalions with shock collars locked around their throats, Vordrastian loyalist militia with eyes too hollow for hatred, artillery crews beside, Earthshaker platforms, basilisk batteries, manticore racks, hydra flak tanks, and siege mortars whose barrels had been blessed until the priests ran out of oil. Medici stations unfolded like butcher shops under canvas. Commissars walked the forward trenches with pistols drawn, speaking of duty to men who were already counting their own limbs as borrowed property. The guard believed they were about to take the hive. Lias Isodon knew they were about to become a curtain. He stood inside the assault command bunker, dug into a ridge of slag glass 6 kilometers from the western wall. The bunker shook with every discharge of Imperial artillery. Dust fell from the ceiling in grey veils. Vox operators shouted over one another. Servo skulls dipped through smoke. General Varron bent over a table crowded with attack overlays, casualty projections, and devotional seals that fluttered in the ventilation draft. "The wall batteries are strongest here, here, and here," Varron said, stabbing the map with a gloved finger. "We will advance under smoke and barrage. Penal battalions will clear the mine belts. Armor will follow once the breach guns crack the outer curtain. If your warriors strike the wall head directly, we can force entry before dusk." Isidon studied the hive without looking at the wall. His gauntlet moved over the hololith and ignored every place the guard command staff had marked in red. He touched power distribution conduits hidden beneath chapel districts, oxygen tithe regulator vaults feeding the middle hive, food vault locks controlled by noble cipher, orbital elevator cogitators, bloodline archive chambers where dynastic claims and command codes were stored, astropathic cells caged behind psychic dampers, propaganda engines buried beneath statues of saints whose names had been scraped away and replaced with house mottos. Varron stared at the markings. Those are not breach points. No. They are internal systems. Yes. We cannot reach them until we hold the lower hive. Isidon looked at him. You intend to conquer the hive from the ground upward. That is siege doctrine. That is how the hive expects to be attacked. The general's face darkened. Then enlighten me. Isidon highlighted waste flues large enough to carry tank runoff. Atmospheric maintenance towers rising through poisoned cloud cover. Service ducts used by servitors and corpse handlers. Heat bleed vents in the noble districts. Drainage arteries beneath the old cathedral foundations. Each path was narrow, foul, forgotten, or impossible for mortal infantry. Your assault begins at dawn, Isidon said. It must be loud. Varron understood enough to hate him immediately. A diversion. A battlefield. My regiments will be slaughtered. They will be engaged in lawful assault against a fortified traitor hive. That is a neat way to say slaughter. It is the accurate way. The general leaned close enough for the lumen glow to cut his face into hollows. You use men like smoke. Isidon's expression did not change. Smoke saves the blade from being seen. Lieutenant Saran Vey stood behind his chapter master and said nothing. He had learned on the refugee road what questions cost. He had also learned that silence did not mean obedience had no taste. When he finally spoke, he kept his voice low. How many loyal citizens are inside the hive? Isidon did not turn from the map. Fewer each hour they remain useful to traitors. The answer settled over the bunker like ash. At dawn, the guard advanced. They went over the trench lips beneath a sky turned black by smoke shells and flak bursts. Loud hailers screamed prayers. Commissars roared oaths. Priests swung censers over men who would be dead before the incense left their coats. Penal troops ran first, driven by collar shocks and the knowledge that stopping meant execution. They hit the mine belts in ragged waves. The ground opened beneath them. Men became red spray, spinning limbs, burning uniforms, boots without legs still inside them. Survivors crawled forward because backward held pistols and forward held only death, which at least had variety. The wall guns answered. Multi-lacers stitched through the smoke in hard white lines, cutting men apart with industrial indifference. Heavy bolters tore open ranks, each shell detonating inside torsos and leaving wet gaps where soldiers had been. Autocannon fire hammered chimeras until their hulls split, spilling burning infantry into the mud. Siege shells landed among the second wave and turned trenches into boiling red soup. Men vanished below the surface, dragged under by collapsing earth and the weight of bodies falling after them. Medici servitors choked on the volume of dying, their sore arms clogged, their needle rigs emptied, Their simple minds looped triage chants, while men with no lower bodies dragged themselves through puddles of blood, begging for mothers, saints, water, ammunition, anything. Orderlies shot those too ruined to move and tagged those with salvageable limbs. A commissar executed a sergeant for retreating, then died when a shell fragment took his head off and left his hand still locked around the smoking pistol. The defenders cheered from the walls. House troops in polished carapace stood behind shielded firing slits. Hive militia in patched armor fired down with shaking hands. Some shouted freedom slogans. Some prayed to the emperor while firing on his armies because their officers told them the invaders were tyrants. Some were traitors by conviction. Some were coerced by families held in punishment cages. Some simply wanted to survive the hour. The Raptors did not sort them. A bolter did not ask whether treason had been chosen or inherited. While millions died in the open, Kill Team Blacktalon entered the hive through its filth. They moved through a waste flue beneath the Western Manufacturum Quarter, submerged to the waist in chemical runoff, rendered fat, corpse slurry, and shredded paper prayers flushed from the upper chapels. Their armor seals hissed as acids tested them. Servo worms writhed across their boots. Above them, the guard assault shook the hive so hard dust fell through the pipe seams. Brother Marek Solon led with his bolter sealed in a chest harness to keep the weapon above the filth. Rauk moved beside him, scout armor almost invisible under layers of waste and ash. Behind them came infiltrators with omni-scramblers, a tech marine trailing mechadendrites like steel roots, and rivers carrying vox thieves and shock grenades. The first defenders they encountered were not soldiers. They were maintenance thralls with shock prods and rebreather masks sent to inspect pressure fluctuations. One raised a lamp and saw helm lenses staring back from the dark. Solon fired twice. Both thralls burst against the flue wall, their bodies opening in the middle, blood and organ matter washed away by the slow black current. The tech marine stepped over what remained and connected a mechadendrite to the pressure gate. It opened with a reluctant groan, accepting forged machine authority more readily than human mercy. They rose into the hive through a corpse elevator. The shaft carried dead workers from plague wards, execution yards, and collapsed hab blocks toward rendering plants in the lower food districts. Blacktalon climbed past hooks heavy with bodies. Some were stiff, some twitched. Some were not dead, until Rauk made them so with quick blade work, because moaning drew attention, and mercy was a noise. Above, the hive screamed outward toward the guard assault. Inside, it did not notice the knives. The oxygen tithe vault fell first. Its defenders wore the livery of House Garant, blue coats over flak plate, polished masks, heirloom sabers at their belts. They guarded the regulator cathedral, where air for 12 mid-hive districts was taxed, rationed, and sold by pressure grade. The vault interior was marble, brass, and iron lung machinery. Statues of winged saints had been given house crowns. Incense burners worked beside pressure gauges. Men knelt in prayer before valves that decided whether workers breathed full air or thin punishment. Blacktalon entered through the ceiling. Rivers dropped first, landing behind the officers. Combat blades opened throats before voices formed. Solon fired a suppressed burst into the regulator overseer, the mass reactive shells turning him into a wet red bloom across his command lectern. Rauk killed the Voxman by driving a knife through the back of his skull and into the mouthpiece, pinning him to his own equipment. The tech marine altered the vault commands. Not enough to kill the districts. Not yet. Enough to make house officers argue over pressure failures. Enough to move troops. Enough to create fear that air itself had chosen sides. The food vault locks died next. 4 noble houses shared control of the hive's ration reserves. Each house believed the others planned to seize total authority when the wall fell. Isidon had decided to help them believe correctly. Data slates were left beside corpses. Some contained forged correspondence. Some contained true crimes recovered from captured scribes. The distinction did not matter. House Ver had indeed hidden grain. House Malrek had indeed sold corpse starch to cult cells. House Orst had indeed prepared private evacuation barges. House Geraint had indeed altered oxygen allotments to suffocate rival Hab districts. Truth was more dangerous when placed with care. In a prayer room lined with silver skulls, Rauk cut the throat of a sleeping heir, while the young noble clutched a pistol beneath his pillow and dreamed himself brave. In a rejuvenate chamber, Solon shot 3 ancient patriarchs floating in nutrient tanks. Their preserved bodies convulsed as bolt rounds ruptured the glass and turned expensive centuries of stolen life into pink fluid across the floor. One awoke long enough to mouth a bribe through broken teeth. Solon put a second round through his skull and moved on. At the Bloodline Archive, the Tech Marine breached a vault sealed by gene locks and oath engines. The chamber held the ruling house's proof of right, marrow samples, inheritance maps, command ciphers, blackmail ledgers, marriage contracts, assassination warrants, and old permissions from dead Imperial officials. It was the Hive's soul, written as ownership. He copied what was useful. Then he burned the rest. By mid-morning, the noble houses were murdering one another. House troops abandoned the western wall to protect family vaults. Militia captains received orders from 2 different lords and shot their own adjutants rather than choose wrongly. Food riots began in districts where the vault doors opened for 12 seconds, just long enough for crowds to see full storage chambers before the locks sealed again. Oxygen regulators failed in rival Habs. Noble scions accused each other of treason over private channels the Raptors allowed them to believe were secure. The guard assault continued. It was no longer merely cover. It was sacrifice turned into a weapon with a handle. The Hive looked outward. The real killers moved upward. In the astropathic chambers, sanctioned psychers sat chained in bronze chairs, eyes sewn open, mouths plugged with silver vox reeds. The ruling houses had taken them early, not to speak with terror, but to prevent anyone else doing so. Some had been tortured. Some had been fed narcotic dreams until loyalty became fog. One had chewed through his own tongue and laughed blood when Black Talon entered. The chamber guards wore warded helms and carried shock mauls. They died badly. Rauk's first shot shattered a knee, dropping a guard into the path of Solon's bolter. The shell hit the fallen man's chest and detonated inside his armor, spraying ribs and lung across the chain floor. A river hurled a shock grenade that burst in white fury, stunning the remaining guards long enough for blades to find neck seals and armpit joints. One officer tried to surrender with both hands raised. His right sleeve carried the ash mark of the brass prophet beneath fresh paint. Solon killed him without comment. The chained astropaths began screaming when the dampers were cut. Varan Kor entered through the smoke, psychic hood lit with cold runes, staff in one hand, bolt pistol in the other. His presence made the air crawl. He did not free the astropaths. He inspected them. Those 2 corrupted were given a pistol round. Those salvageable were sedated by apothecary needle and marked for extraction. The difference was decided in seconds. One blind psyker turned his stitched eyes toward Vey and whispered, "The bird does not sing. It cuts the throat of the choir." Vey did not answer. He was beginning to understand that the enemy feared the Raptors more when they were accurately described. At the propaganda engine, the Hive finally realized angels were inside the walls. The chamber was a cathedral of lies. Thousands of vox cables descended from the ceiling like black vines. Pulpits overlooked ranks of scribes, announcers, picked editors, and sermon masters. Their voices had fed the Hive for weeks, calling rebellion freedom, tithe refusal justice, imperial assault tyranny, and noble cowardice wisdom. Screens showed edited images of guardsmen dying on the walls, each death presented as proof the Hive still stood. Black Talon did not broadcast a counter-sermon. They killed the sermon masters first. Bolter rounds turned the chief announcer into wet fragments across his own lectern. Reavers moved through scribe rows with blades, opening throats, severing hands, cutting cables, leaving some alive to scream into live microphones. The tech marine fed the stolen house ledgers into the engine and transmitted everything. Betrayals, hoarded food, hidden evacuation craft, executed workers, oxygen punishments, private negotiations, proof, lies, and enough truth to make both indistinguishable. The hive heard its masters clearly for the first time. Then the Vox engine died. Outside, the sky palaces tried to flee. Their grav engines awakened above the hive crown, vast gilded structures rising from their docking chains in clouds of shattered glass and incense smoke. Each palace carried a ruling line, household guard, sealed vaults, private chapels, and enough stolen wealth to buy regiments. They had believed the lower hive would die while they survived above it. The Thunderhawks came through the smoke. They did not descend like angels. Angels were for stained glass and dying men's prayers. These came as blunt instruments in drab green, gunships with blackened hulls and weapons hot, their engines screaming through flak storms. Heavy bolters raked palace balconies. Lascannon beams punched through grav stabilizers. Missiles struck docking spines and sent towers swaying over the clouds. One Thunderhawk crashed deliberately into the side of House Malrek's sky palace. Its assault ramp blew outward before the craft finished grinding through glass and marble. Raptors' assault squads emerged through the impact smoke, not shouting, not chanting, not promising judgment. They killed the first guards in disciplined bursts. They moved through banquet halls where nobles had gathered around emergency maps and silver goblets, cutting them down before the wine stopped trembling from the crash. A house lord in gold carapace raised a power sword and declared his bloodline ancient. Vey shot him through the face. Another noble crawled beneath a table, sobbing that he had remained loyal in secret. Rauk dragged him out by the collar, checked his signet codes, and broke his neck because secret loyalty had not opened the gates. In the highest chamber, the surviving rulers of 3 houses were found sealed behind a panic door with a failing air supply. They had locked themselves inside after ordering their guards to hold the corridor. The guards were dead in red heaps outside. The door had no external override left intact. Isodon arrived after the fighting. He walked through shattered glass, smoke, and drifting feathers from decorative servo birds burst apart by gunfire. His armor was streaked with ash, but unhurried. Vey stood beside the panic door, listening to the men inside pound and beg and threaten by turns. "Open it?" Vey asked. Isodon looked toward the observation window. Below, the hive was changing. Wall batteries fell silent by district. House troops abandoned positions. Militia units shot officers and raised white lumen flares. Food vault riots swallowed loyal and traitor alike. The guard, still dying at the walls, began to see breaches where command had failed rather than where guns had won. "No," Isodon said. Inside the panic room, a voice screamed that it surrendered. Isodon studied the failing air readout. It already has. By nightfall, Vordrast Prime surrendered. Not because its walls had fallen, not because its armies were destroyed, not because the guard had stormed every street and raised the Aquila over every shrine. The hive surrendered because no one remained who could command it to do anything else. Its ruling elite were dead, exposed, trapped, or murdering one another in sealed corridors. Its propaganda engines were silent. Its astropaths were reclaimed or executed. Its oxygen and food systems answered to imperial codes. Its orbital elevator had been locked from orbit and below. Its citizens, traitors, cowards, victims, and survivors alike finally understood that the noble houses had not protected them. They had only hidden behind them. General Varron walked through the breach after midnight. He saw mountains of guard dead outside the walls. Penal troops still twitched in the wire. Medici servitors wandered among, bodies too numerous to process. Trenches were full of blood diluted by chemical rain. The air stank of propellant, shit, burned flesh, and victory. He found Isodon in the Hive's command gallery, standing over captured house ledgers, while Raptors marked execution lists. The general removed his helmet. His hair was grey with dust and clotted blood. "How many of my men died today?" Isodon continued reading. "Fewer than would have died tomorrow." Varen laughed once without humor. "That is what passes for comfort from you?" "No." "What is it then?" "The Sulsalid method." The general looked at the dead nobles, the silent vox banks, the tactical feeds showing surrender signals multiplying across the Hive. He understood enough to hate it. Isodon closed the ledger. "Use the enemy's confidence. Use the allies' noise. Sever what lets defiance breathe. Strike upward while they look down. End command before armies know they are leaderless." Outside, Vordrast Prime's walls still stood. Inside, the Hive was dead from the head down. Ancient Cades remembered the Badab War as a wound that had learned to think. It came to him through the sarcophagus, in shards of fire, void frost, and brother blood. Not a clean recollection. Dreadnoughts were not granted clean things. Their memories were dragged out of them by machine spirits, pain ghosts, corrupted nerve impulses, and the ritual cruelty of continued use. The past returned when the present demanded payment.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
It came with the taste of recycled air inside a boarding torpedo, with the stink of ruptured power armor, with the sight of Raptors dying in numbers no ledger could make acceptable. Badab had broken them, not destroyed them. The distinction mattered. Multiple companies had gone to that war under Lias Isodon. They had fought as mobile reserve, as raiders, as hidden knives in the ash of a rebellion that had dragged brother chapters into judgment and ruin. They had struck hard, vanished, returned, and struck again. They had bled in void actions and ground wars, in boarding corridors and shattered dockyards, in kill zones where every ambush had another ambush nested inside it. By the end, in the 907th year of the 41st millennium, the chapter had lost between 35 and 60% of its original fighting strength, depending on which ledger one trusted and how many missing were counted as dead. Cades trusted neither ledger. He remembered names. He remembered the Aria's Vex. The strike cruiser died without ceremony. A ship that had carried brothers through wars older than many imperial dynasties became light, wreckage, and unanswered vox calls. Cades saw it again in his sarcophagus dream, its spine breaking beneath concentrated fire, its engines gutting themselves in blue flame, its launch bays vomiting debris and dead serfs into the void. He heard the ship's machine spirit scream across encrypted channels, a burst of Binharic agony cut short by reactor death. He remembered Raptors in boarding plate drifting away from the rupture, still alive, still transmitting tactical data because breath remained and breath was duty. He remembered Mantis warriors' ambushes, fast and precise, cousins in skill if not in loyalty. They had known patience. They had known terrain. They had known how to bleed Astartes without showing the knife until it was already wet. He remembered Astral Claw's brutality, not the barking madness of cult rabble, not the green joy of orcs. This had been transhuman violence disciplined by pride, logistics, and old brotherhood turned sour. They had fought like space marines because they were space marines, and that made every death intimate. Bolter fire from warriors who understood where ceramite thinned, boarding shields locked against boarding shields, chains words biting into armor made by the same sacred forges. Gene seed burned beneath the boots of men who had once sworn to the same emperor. The sarcophagus tightened around the ruin of Cades' body. His assault cannon twitched in its cradle. Restraint clamps groaned. Tech marines monitoring him from the dreadnought bay murmured calming machine cant, but Cades was far from them, walking through the old war. He saw a corridor aboard an enemy vessel, gravity broken, blood drifting in globes between deck and ceiling. A Raptor apothecary pushed from corpse to corpse with mag boots failing and narthecium extended, trying to recover progenoid glands before the fires reached them. A boarding shield burst inward under melter impact. White heat ate the apothecary from chest to spine. He died with one gene seed vial locked in his fist, fingers fused shut around the future. He saw Isidon younger by years, but not softer, standing over a tactical display while casualty runes multiplied. Other commanders had raged during Badab. Others had invoked honor, debt, vengeance, the shame of betrayal. Isidon had counted what remained usable and sent it back into war. That was why the Raptors survived, not because they suffered less, because they refused to let suffering command them. The present cut through the dream with a vox shriek. Contact! Transhuman signatures, Eastern Ash Basin, Kill Team Corvain engaged. Cades woke to Vordrast. The Shadowstalker's strategium flickered around the command feed. Vordrast Prime's outer districts still burned from the Sulsalid strike. The Hive had surrendered, but surrender was not peace. Beyond the Hive, where ash plains met broken Manufactorum ranges, the Brass Prophet had unleashed something more dangerous than mobs, governors, and orcs. The Brazen Oath. They came in armor the color of dried blood and heated iron, trimmed in black and brass. Their plate was older than many loyal chapters' relics, patched with trophies, oaths of slaughter, and scraps of flayed devotional parchment. Horns curved from some helms. Others wore faceplates smoothed blank by centuries of war. They bore chain axes, combi bolters, plasma pistols, heavy blades, and the bitter confidence of warriors who had killed Astartes before and remembered how. They were not cultists. They were not beasts. They understood. That made them dangerous. Kill Team Corvain had entered the ash basin under cover of a storm front, tasked with cutting a relay spine, believed to link the Brass Prophet's remaining ground forces. Scout augurs had marked enemy heat signatures around a ruined administratum vault. Infiltrators had mapped approach lanes. Eliminators had taken high perches among broken Manufactorum ribs. Mines had been seeded along expected counter routes. The plan had been clean. Clean plans belonged to the dead. The first Stalker round struck empty armor. At 300 meters, 2 Brazen Oath sentries took hits through helm and chest. Their bodies jerked and fell exactly as expected. Then the armor folded inward and collapsed without weight. Hollow shells, heat lanterns inside, blood packs behind false seals. The Raptors knew deception, and in that instant, they understood the insult. The mines detonated under false heat signatures next. Servitor husks dragged by wire crawled across the kill zone, their bellies packed with thermal bricks and scrap ceramite. The Raptors' charges blossomed in controlled fury, shredding empty decoys and filling the basin with dust, flame, and Auspex confusion. Vox channels crackled with ghost signals. Target runes multiplied. Half the battlefield became lies. Then the corpse piles stood up. The Brazen Oath had buried themselves beneath the dead of Vordrast, not hidden behind them, beneath them, under layers of civilian bodies, traitor militia, orc parts, and ash-stiffened skins. They emerged like old sins, ceramite shedding meat and grey dust, chain axes already growling. Brother Halvek died first. He turned at the sound behind him and caught a chain axe across the helm. The teeth bit into the ceramite brow and chewed downward through lens, bone, and brain. His skull collapsed inward under the force. The axe stuck for half a heartbeat, then tore free in a spray of black blood, cranial fluid, and fragments of pale bone. Halvek's body remained upright long enough to fire 2 useless rounds into the sky before falling. Brother Maris brought his bolter around and fired point blank into a traitor's chest. The shells detonated, cracking crimson plate, but the heretic Astartes kept moving. His chain blade punched low, teeth screaming against abdominal armor, then found the soft seal below the rib. The weapon climbed. Maris's torso opened from hip to sternum, enhanced organs spilling in steaming loops across his thighs. His secondary heart pulsed in the open air, still trying to serve. The traitor reached in with one gauntlet, gripped intestine and black carapace alike,
and hauled him close. "Still loyal?" the traitor rasped. Maris headbutted him with a ruined helm. The traitor laughed and tore upward until Maris came apart. Apothecary Kalev fought kneeling in the ash. A bolt shell had taken his left leg below the knee. He ignored it because his narthecium had located Halvek's progenoid glands, and nothing else in the basin mattered more. He braced over the corpse while shells snapped around him, reductor drill whining as it punched through shattered gorget and into the dead brother's throat. A brazen oath warrior advanced on him, combi bolter firing. Rounds hammered Kalev's pauldron, backpack, hip, and helm. One detonated against his jaw plate and tore half the face grill away. Still, the apothecary worked. He extracted the first gland. A second later, a plasma bolt struck his chest. The blast cooked him inside his armor. Steam and blood vented from neck seals. His narthecium arm locked in place, still holding the gene seed vial. He toppled over Halvek, protecting the vial with a dead man's final reflex. "Core vein compromised," Sergeant Solon voxed, voice flat beneath the sound of close fighting. "Enemy counter-infiltration confirmed. Apothecary down. 3 brothers dead. Requesting target sanction." In the command link, General Varron reacted first, because mortals often believed noise was leadership. "Reinforce them. The eastern basin is the hinge of the front." Isidon watched the feed. He saw the pattern beneath the slaughter. The brazen oath had not merely countered the strike, they had shaped it. They had left enough of a target to draw raptors. They had killed the apothecary first. They were transmitting broad enough for allies to hear. They wanted pride to answer. "They are baiting us," Isidon said. Varron's voice sharpened. "They are killing your warriors." "Yes." "Then strike." "No. Withdraw." For a moment, even the strategium seemed to reject the word. On the ground, Solon heard it and obeyed. Raptors did not break. They withdrew in killing order, dragging what dead they could and marking what dead they could not. Smoke charges burst. Vox ghosts multiplied. Suppressors on Overwatch fired disciplined bursts that forced jump pack traitors to ground. Eliminators fired not to kill, but to blind lenses and break pursuit timing. The brazen oath pressed them anyway, howling through the ash, triumphant, because loyalists were leaving bodies behind. The heretic champion opened the Vox on an unsecured channel. His name came through wrapped in static and arrogance. Varrock Gore, Oath Butcher of the Brazen Oath. "Run, carrion birds. Run back to your cold master. You skulk well, but you die like all thin blood sons." The command channel carried his laughter. Isidon opened the reply. "You are speaking to ammunition." He cut the channel before Gore could answer. The withdrawal became performance. Raptors dropped damaged equipment where it could be found. They allowed wounded Vox traffic to leak. They left armor fragments marked with company codes. They transmitted false casualty tallies through channels they knew the Brazen Oath had already compromised. They moved as if in haste, but not so poorly that the deception became obvious. They let the enemy taste success in controlled doses. The Brazen Oath pursued. They had fought loyalists who could be angered. They had broken chapters that valued reputation more than preservation. They believed the Raptors had been wounded deeply enough to be hunted. Pride sharpened their pace. Contempt narrowed their sight. Dead armor waited in the ash. The suits had belonged to fallen Raptors from earlier fronts, already stripped of gene seed, identities removed, machine spirits soothed into final obedience. Now they lay half-buried in retreat lanes, posed as abandoned casualties. Inside their hollowed torsos, tech marines had packed melter charges, stasis mines, Vox spoofers, and proximity runes keyed to transhuman mass. The first pursuit column reached them at dusk. Varrock Gore strode at the front, chain axe across one shoulder, helm crowned with jagged brass. Around him came his warband, disciplined despite their mockery, advancing by cover, scanning for mines, checking thermal ghosts. They were good. Good enough to see obvious death. Not good enough to see death wearing the shape of victory. A brazen oath warrior kicked over one fallen raptor suit and laughed when it moved limply in the ash. The stasis mine opened. For one perfect instant, time caught the front of the column in a frozen bubble. Traitors hung mid-step. Dust stopped falling. Muzzle flash became a flower of unmoving flame. Then the melter charges inside the dead armor ignited. White heat devoured the trapped warriors before time released them. When the stasis field collapsed, 3 heretic Astartes fell apart as molten silhouettes. Armor ran from bodies in liquid streams. Meat flashed into steam. Bone cracked and turned black. The blast rolled through the column, triggering the next corpse suit, then the next. The ash storm lit from within. Land speeders came out of it like predators from fog. Typhoon missiles streaked into the disordered traitors, striking knee joints, backpack reactors, ammunition loads. Heavy bolters raked across exposed flanks, not wasting fire on chest plates when helm seals, hip cabling, and weapon hands presented better targets. One speeder passed so low its wake dragged ash from the ground in a grey wall. A missile struck a brazen oath warrior carrying a plasma cannon and blew his weapon core open. The blast consumed him and 2 brothers beside him in blue fire, leaving their armor fused together in a kneeling sculpture of agony. Eliminators fired from manufacturum ribs above the basin. Their rounds found eye lenses, neck rings, cracked gorgets, oath scroll gaps, the tiny places where 10,000 years of war had failed to make armor perfect. A traitor raising a trophy rack lost the back of his head. Another turned to issue orders and took a round through the mouth grill, the shell detonating inside his skull and blowing fragments through the rear of his helm. A third survived the first hit and began to crawl. The second round entered beneath his raised arm and ruptured both hearts. Suppressors descended on jump jets through the smoke, autocannons roaring. Brazen Oath assault troops tried to leap clear, jump packs howling, chain axes raised. The suppressors pinned them mid-air. Shell streams punched into packs and torsos, detonating fuel cells and smashing bodies out of flight. One traitor spun downward, trailing fire, hit the ground head first, and burst apart under his own armor's weight. Another slammed into a broken hab wall and hung there impaled through the chest, still alive, until a raptor below put a bolt through his helm. Then ancient Kaides entered the kill zone. The dreadnought came through the ash like an old fortress walking to judgment. His assault cannon spun up with a rising shriek, barrels blurring into a circle of murder. He fired into the densest concentration of brazen oath warriors. The first traitor took the burst across the waist and separated into 2 halves, upper body twisting away in a spray of blood and cable. The second lost both legs, then his head, then most of his chest before he finished falling. Rounds hammered ceramite into fragments, fragments into meat, meat into mist. Cadi's power fist closed around a charging heretic Astartes and crushed. The warrior's armor resisted for less than a heartbeat. Then breastplate, ribs, fused black carapace, lungs, and hearts collapsed inward. Blood erupted from the traitor's helm grill in a thick black jet. Cadi's hurled the corpse into another enemy, hard enough to break both bodies. Varrock Gore survived the opening storm. The champion came through flame and shrapnel, with his chain axe screaming, one pauldron gone, helm split, brass crown broken. He killed a raptor infiltrator with a backhanded blow that tore the warrior's head from his shoulders. He fired his combi bolter into a land speeder's underside and sent it skidding down in smoke, where it crashed through a corpse mound and exploded. He roared Isodon's name, demanding the duel he believed all wars owed him. Isodon was not there. A Vox spoofer inside a dead armor shell answered in the chapter master's voice. Left! Gore turned by reflex. The real shot came from the right. The eliminator round struck through the split in his helm, entered his cheek, and detonated behind one eye. Gore staggered but did not fall. His transhuman body fought the wound. His rage held him upright. He tore off his ruined helm, revealing a face of scar tissue, iron studs,
and one remaining eye bright with murder. "Coward!" he screamed. Ancient Cades answered. His assault cannon fire took gore from shoulder to hip. The champion vanished into impacts, ceramite flowering outward, ribs and organs blown through his back, chain axe tumbling from hands that no longer existed. What remained fell in sections, still trying to move. The brazen oath broke when breaking became survival. Some fled into the ash. They found mines. Some tried to rally. Eliminators killed the voices. Some charged Cades and died beneath his guns and fist, reduced to chunks of crimson plate and pulped meat. Within minutes, the pursuit column that had mocked the Raptors became wreckage scattered across the basin. Isodon arrived after the killing, not before, never for theatre. He walked through the ash with Solon, Ve, Rauk, and the Apothecarian recovery detail. Fires guttered around them. The ground was thick with ceramite fragments, broken weapons, body parts, burning cloth, and gene-rich blood turning black in the dust. Ancient Cades stood motionless nearby, assault cannon barrels glowing dull red, sarcophagus vents breathing steam. The Raptors recovered their dead first, always. Apothecary Kalev's corpse was found over Halvek's body, the gene seed vial still clutched in his Narthesium claw. His own progenoids were recoverable. That made him victorious in the only way the dead could still be useful. Brother Maris was gathered in pieces. His abdomen had been emptied and trampled, organs ground into ash, but one gland remained intact beneath the ruined sternum. Brother Halvek's helm had to be cut away from what remained of his skull. Brother Corvain was found beneath a fallen traitor, both dead, combat blade buried in the enemy's throat seal to the hilt. No songs were sung, no honor roll was spoken aloud. The names were entered into the dead ledger by a serf whose hands shook only after the final rune was sealed. Replacement calculations began before the bodies cooled. Armor parts were tagged, ammunition recovered, enemy war gear marked for destruction or study. The gene seed was placed in stasis and carried under guard back toward the extraction craft. Lieutenant Ve stood beside Isodon and looked across the kill zone. "We won," he said. Isodon watched an apothecary seal the last vial. "We paid." Ve looked at the fallen Raptors, then at the butchered brazen oath. Was the withdrawal worth the insult? Isodon turned his black eyes toward him. The insult killed them. Ancient Cades' vox crackled, old memory grinding against fresh blood. "Badab taught us." Isodon inclined his head once. "Yes." The dreadnaught's sarcophagus lights dimmed, then brightened. "We are dangerous because we survive being broken." No one answered. None needed to. Above them, the ash storm closed over the basin, hiding the dead from the stars. The Raptors departed without banners, without triumph, without the lies lesser warriors used to make loss taste clean. Behind them, the brazen oath lay destroyed, not by honor answered, but by pride harvested. Badab's wound remained. The Raptors had simply learned how to cut with it. The desert taught without mercy, because mercy was moisture, and Taros had never wasted either. Ancient Cades remembered it through heat, not the honest heat of flame, which announced itself and ended what it touched, but the patient furnace heat of a world that hated water and hid death beneath light. Taros had been glare, dust, long-range fire, and the sour taste of a campaign that should have been swift, because the first cuts had been clean. Raptors had been among the first blades drawn there. The war talon had hung in orbit above ochre wastelands, while kill teams descended to disable missile silos before the wider Imperial war machine committed itself. The opening targets had fallen quickly, too quickly perhaps. A clean beginning was the oldest trap in war. Cades had been Captain Cades then, not yet iron, not yet entombed inside the walking coffin that kept his hatred useful. Aurelius had commanded beside him, a captain of the Third Company, a warrior whose aggression was often mistaken by lesser minds for impatience. Aurelius had never been impatient. He simply believed that strong intelligence was a loaded weapon, and that a loaded weapon left unfired was negligence. Disable the sky, blind the guns, cut the retreat, then let the larger army land. That had been the Taros lesson as Aurelius taught it, spoken through helmvox while dust scoured their armor and the first silo burned behind them. Not a maxim for glory, not a promise of victory, a sequence, a blade drawn across the throat of a campaign before the campaign understood it had a throat. Lieutenant Seran Vey heard the lesson again on Vordrast Quartus, while the refinery continent breathed poison around him. The continent had once been an ocean bed. The Imperium had drained, cracked, and chained it until only salt flats, sand seas, promethium basins, and metal extraction deserts remained. Refineries rose from the wastes like rusted cathedrals built for a god of fumes. Pipeline arteries stretched across the horizon in black bundles. Gas towers burned day and night, their flames leaning under toxic winds. Ash dunes crawled over half-buried hab blocks. Rail lines ran between silo fields and long-range gun platforms. Every surface tasted of alkali, oil, metal dust, and the slow death of machines worked past piety. Vordrast Quartus had not fallen to orcs or the brass prophet in the usual way. It had surrendered to reason. Its governors had calculated the cost of continued loyalty and decided the Imperium was too hungry to deserve obedience. Its officers had listened to envoys promising survival beneath the doctrine of the greater good. Its manufactorum clans had accepted clean water, medical supplies, pulse carbines, drone sentries, advisory cadres, and the soft poison of being told that submission was wisdom when spoken in measured tones. The Tau were not present in great numbers. That made their influence worse. A few advisors, a handful of battlesuit cadres kept behind void-screened hangars, drone nets maintained by defecting engine seers and human technicians, long-range rail batteries dug into ridges, hardened missile silos under sand shields, human collaborators in disciplined armor, speaking of coordination, efficiency, and survival, while aiming guns at the Imperium that had made them. The Raptors respected the Tau way of war more than they respected most Imperial theatrics. The Tau understood distance, observation, withdrawal, fire lanes, sacrifice measured in function rather than emotion. They layered drone sight over infantry discipline, rail fire over patient killing grounds, mobile reserves behind static teeth. They did not waste soldiers merely to prove those soldiers believed hard enough. They were still Xenos. Those who served them were still traitors. Respect did not soften the sentence. Isodon watched Vordrast Quartus from a forward Auspex shrine buried beneath a dead refinery pipe. He had chosen the chamber because it was shielded by 3 meters of corroded plasteel, drowned in radiation noise and connected to 6 forgotten maintenance ducts. The air smelled of hot sand and ancient promethium. Around him, raptors stood or crouched in silence, while servo skulls whispered data through coded pulses. Vey waited near the hololith, helm removed, black hair matted with dust. General Varen's projection flickered above a portable plate. His face was drawn thin by too many fronts and too little sleep. The refinery continent must be retaken, the general said. Its promethium reserves are sufficient to feed the Crusade fleet and armor columns for months. A frontal landing will be costly unless those missile silos and rail batteries are neutralized. Yes, Isodon said. Varen blinked, as if agreement from Isodon was more suspicious than refusal. The Navy requests target confirmation before committing mass landers. They will not commit yet. They must. They will die. The general's mouth tightened. Then what do you require? Isodon looked to Vey. Repeat, Aurelius. Vey straightened. He had learned by now that the chapter master did not ask for memory as ritual. He asked because memory was a weapon being checked for readiness. Disable the sky, Vey said. Blind the guns, cut the retreat, then let the larger army land.
Isodon nodded once, almost. They waited. Today, the larger army does not land until the field proves it deserves men. Outside, the desert storm swallowed the Raptors. Scouts crawled beneath drone patrols through refinery pipes dead for centuries. The pipes were wide enough for a crouching Astartes if he removed external kit and trusted his armor seals not to scrape too loudly against rusted inner walls. Sand hissed overhead like static. Heat ghosts walked across Auspex displays. Tau pattern drones moved in slow grids above the flats, their optics scanning, their small anti-grav motors whining like insects with machine souls.
Rauk led the forward element through a pipe half filled with powdered corrosion and the bones of workers sealed there during some forgotten industrial accident. He pushed skulls aside with the back of his hand and did not hurry. Behind him, two neophytes dragged spoofing coils and signal worms. Their armor was wrapped in ash cloaks treated with refraction dust. Their bolters were sealed. Their blades were loose. A drone paused above a cracked pipe seam. Its lens rotated downward. Rauk froze beneath it. Dust slid down his helm. A scorpion thing crawled across his wrist joint and tested the seal with needled legs. He let it live because killing it would make movement. The drone's optic glowed blue through the crack. One of the neophytes stopped breathing. Far behind them, a tech marine opened a false heat bloom 500 meters east. The drone turned. It drifted away toward a ghost that did not exist and would report nothing of value until its memory stack quietly filled with fabricated sand patterns. Eliminators had already been in place for 36 hours. They lay under ash cloaks on a ridge of saltstone overlooking Silo Field Cordain. Bodies half buried, armor systems slowed to near death. Their rifles rested on tripods made from refinery scrap and sanctified bone pins. They had urinated into reclamation seals, eaten nothing, spoken less. Insects nested in their cloaks. Sand built over their greaves. One enemy commander had to step between two specific pillars at a specific hour when the wind lowered by a fraction and the drone interference passed behind a comms tower. The shot was not difficult. Waiting was the weapon. The commander finally emerged from the hardened control bunker with two human aides and a Tau advisor in pale armor. The humans wore blue-gray combat suits over refinery fatigues, their helmets crested with clean white symbols of collaboration. The Tau stood slightly behind them, taller in bearing than body, calm, unreadable, carrying no visible fear because his species trained fear into procedure rather than display. The human commander spoke through a throat amplifier to assembled silo crews. "You have chosen survival," he said. "The Imperium offers only exhaustion, tithe, and death. The greater good offers order. Hold the line. Deny the sky. When the crusade breaks, our children will inherit a world that did not kneel to a corpse empire." The Eliminator's scope settled on the commander's left eye. The Raptor did not fire. The commander was loud. The Tau advisor was quiet. The advisor shifted one step between the pillars. The round crossed the distance like a mathematical conclusion. It entered beneath the Tau's jaw and detonated inside the skull. The head burst apart in a pale spray, helmet fragments spinning away, blue blood painting the commander's face and chest. The human officer staggered, mouth open, still alive, because he was no longer useful enough to kill first. Then the silos lost control. Not the missiles. Control. Raptors. Tech Marines had entered the buried systems through dead refinery lines and old Mechanicus maintenance shrines, whose machine spirits had been neglected by collaborators that trusted alien diagnostics over proper fear. The Tech Marines did not ask the systems for loyalty. They broke them open, fed them older command codes, burned out Xeno's subroutines, and left behind false signals that made every silo believe its neighboring silo had already launched, failed, or betrayed fire order. Alarm klaxons rose across Silo Field Cordain. Human crews ran to manual stations. That was the purpose. Inside Silo Control Chamber 5, The air was blue with emergency lumen strips and machine incense that no one had replenished correctly. Collaborator officers shouted over one another. Servitors, their flesh components branded with old Imperial ownership marks, now scraped raw, dragged missile key housings into position. Drone units hovered near the ceiling, lenses flashing. A crew chief cursed the dead automation and ordered manual arming. The access hatch behind them opened. Rauk entered first. His suppressed bolter killed the crew chief with a single round to the chest. The shell detonated inside the man's pressure suit and blew his torso outward in a red cloud contained for an instant by the suit fabric before it split and sprayed the console. The next shot took a drone through its optic, shattering the machine against the ceiling. A neophyte moved left, blade drawn, slicing through the throat seal of a technician before the man could turn. Blood jetted against a pressure gauge and ran down in thick pulses. The chamber became close work. There was no room for grandeur around missile consoles and hanging cables. A collaborator fired a pulse carbine wildly and cut a servitor in half. The servitor's upper body hit the floor, still dragging itself by one hand, internal augmetics sparking, its remaining eye rolling without comprehension. Railgun recoil from an automated defense mount pulped another servitor against the wall when the weapon tried to track an impossible target inside its own minimum arc. Meat and machine paste slid down the metal in strings. Rauk caught the officer by the throat and slammed him into the arming console hard enough to crack his backplate. The man's visor cleared as his helmet seal broke. He was young for command, dust pale, eyes red from stimulant patches. He looked at Rauk and saw not an angel, not a savior, not a myth. He saw the Imperium remembering his name. "We surrendered to survive," the officer gasped. Rauk leaned closer. "You survived long enough to be found." He drove the officer's face into the console until the skull broke and the arming rune drowned under blood. Across the silo field, the same work repeated. Missile chamber crews died in sealed rooms where their screams had nowhere to go. Bolt rounds detonated inside pressure suits, turning men into sloshing ruin held briefly in rubber and plasteel before seams tore open. Combat blades slid through neck seals and under ribs. Drones were seized from the air and cut apart, lenses crushed beneath boots, rotors whining as they died. Promethium backwash from emergency venting cooked maintenance crews in their own armor. They staggered, burning through narrow gantries, beating at helmets as skin fused to inner lining. The Raptors did not destroy every missile. They destroyed trust in the missiles. Some silos fired into empty desert because spoofed coordinates told them enemy landers were already descending. Some locked down forever. Some opened their blast doors and then sealed them halfway, crushing missiles in their tubes until warheads ruptured and turned underground chambers into pressure coffins. One silo launched successfully, only to have its guidance spirit fed contradictory stars. It climbed, turned, and fell back into the rail battery that had protected it, erasing the emplacement in a tower of white flame and black sand. The rail batteries answered too late. Long guns on the ridgelines fired at ghosts, each shot cracking the horizon with such force that sand leapt in sheets. Their projectiles crossed empty coordinates and killed nothing but heat shimmer. Land speeders skimmed through the dust storms beneath their targeting arcs, engines muffled by weather and signal noise. They did not duel the railguns. They killed the sensor towers, the power couplings, the drone relays, the ammunition lifts. A gun without sight was a monument. A gun without power was scenery. Captain Aurelius returned to Veii in memory as the desert burned. The old captain had once stood on Taros with sand blasting across his pauldrons, watching missile silos die in the distance. Veii had only seen him through oath records and helm picts, but the image had weight. Aurelius had not looked victorious. He had looked ahead, as if already hearing the campaign rot beneath its clean opening. "Strike first when certainty is earned," Aurelius had said in the record, "but never mistake a first wound for a kill. Worlds are not slain by cleverness alone. The Imperium is vast enough to ruin its own victories. Vey understood the words better now. By dusk, the Raptors had done what they came to do. The sky above the refinery continent was open in sectors. Rail batteries were blind. Missile coordination was dead. Retreat routes had been mapped, cut, and mined. The human collaborators were in panic, their clean ideological certainty collapsing into accusations against absent Tau advisors and one another. The Navy could land. The Guard could advance. The Crusade could take what had been prepared for it. And yet the war was already turning. Reports came from the wider front like knives. The Orcs had not died, only fragmented into faster hungers. Vordrast Prime's surrender had not pacified its underhives, where cult cells still bred. Vordrast. Tertius was dead, denying supplies to both enemy and Imperium. The Brass Prophet had shifted forces away from obvious defense and toward a planetary convergence no single victory could prevent. Tau-aligned cadres were withdrawing with discipline, not breaking. Traitor armor was abandoning refineries it had been expected to defend. The enemy was giving ground that the Imperial Crusade was too arrogant not to take. General Varron saw opportunity. Issadon saw a mouth closing. In the forward Auspex shrine, the command hololith shook with distant bombardment. Varron's projection crackled, his voice sharp with renewed hunger. The silos are crippled. Rail coverage is degraded. We launch the main landing at first light. No, Issadon said. The general's eyes narrowed. We have our opening. You have bait. You said the sky would be disabled. It is. You said the guns would be blinded. They are. You said the retreat would be cut. Theirs and potentially ours. Varron stared at him. Explain. Issadon expanded the hololith. Enemy withdrawals formed patterns across the desert. Not routes, corridors, gaps, invitations. The refineries still burned, but too cleanly. The collaborators still transmitted, but too loudly. Drone nets failed in places that made landing lanes look safe. Beyond the continent, ash storms hid armored movement toward the Crusade's projected beachheads. They are slow walking us into a basin, Issadon said. The Tau taught their collaborators enough discipline to retreat in layers. The Brass Prophet has learned enough from us to leave organs exposed when the body wants a trap. A mass landing commits armor, fuel, medici, and command into a kill zone. Varron's face hardened into the expression of a man who could not afford another refusal. If we do not land now, the Crusade loses momentum. Momentum kills men who mistake it for direction. The Imperium does not win wars by retreating from open doors. The Imperium loses worlds by assuming every open door leads inward. The general slammed one fist into something beyond the projection's edge, the image distorted. This is defeatism. Issadon's reply came without heat. This is reading the battlefield. Silence followed, filled only by the distant rumble of refinery explosions and the whisper of sand across buried armor. Vey watched the chapter master. He thought of Taros, of clean early victories and strategic bitterness. He thought of the officer Rauk had killed, a traitor who had explained his treason as survival. He thought of the guard regiments waiting in their landers, praying beside tanks and ammunition pallets, believing the sky had been opened for them because that was what warriors wanted open skies to mean. Issadon turned to him. Prepare extraction routes. Vey did not hesitate. For the chapter? For the Imperial forces that will listen before pride kills them. And those that will not? Issadon looked back to the map. They have already chosen their method of dying. The order moved through Raptors' channels, with the speed of a blade going back into its sheath. Mines were left armed along pursuit routes. Charges were placed beneath refinery bridges. False landing beacons were prepared for enemy interception. Extraction corridors were marked in dust, pipe, and shadow. Scouts melted away beneath drone carcasses and dead pipework. Eliminators withdrew from ridgelines where their bodies had become part of the stone.
Tech Marines left machine curses in the silo networks to punish anyone who tried to make them trustworthy again. Behind them, Vordrast quarters continued to burn. The Raptors had opened the sky, blinded the guns, and cut the retreat. They had also seen what waited beyond tactical success. The desert had taught them, as Taros had taught them, that a knife could cut perfectly and still not save the hand that wielded it. The crusade did not collapse all at once. It failed by organs. First went the sky. Not fully, not cleanly, not in a manner that mortal commanders could point to and name disaster. The skies over Vordrast quarters remained crowded with Imperial landers, Navy gunships, smoke trails, flak bursts, falling debris, and burning prayers. But the safe corridors narrowed. Rail batteries, thought blinded by Raptors' sabotage, awoke in scattered emplacements, not enough to
halt the landings, enough to carve them apart. Lighters descended through dust storms and vanished in white lines of impossible velocity, their hulls punched through by hyper-accelerated slugs. One mass lander, carrying a regiment of armored infantry, broke apart above the refinery flats, spilling tanks, men, ammunition, and devotional statues into the storm. Chimeras tumbled like toys. Men fell burning from the opened hold, tiny black shapes against the desert glare. Then went the ground. The desert that had seemed open became a trap of angles and hidden guns. Toa-lined armor struck from dust veils with clean discipline, hammerhead tanks and human-patterned skimmers advancing, firing, vanishing, and advancing again from somewhere else. Their railguns killed with a cruelty so fast it looked almost merciful until the aftermath was seen. Lehman Russ battle tanks died with neat holes through their prows, and their crews pulped by pressure shock inside the hulls. Chimera transports split open from front to rear, men inside reduced to a red paste sprayed across benches, laser guns, ration tins, and prayer cards. Then the rear lines began screaming. Hive districts declared pacified by the Administratum erupted behind the crusade. Cult cells that had hidden beneath surrender papers and corpse heaps rose with knives, stolen flamers, and brass icons hammered from plumbing metal. Wounded convoys disappeared in underhive tunnels. Munition trains detonated beneath their own escort bridges. Vox relays transmitted hymns to the Emperor backward over the sound of men being skinned. The brazen oath returned with Cornete reinforcements, not as a single charging host, but as red wounds opening across the campaign map. Then came the orcs. From the murder jungles and the burnt spore caverns, the greenskins surged in fragments too numerous to count and too furious to coordinate. Grukmar's empire had broken, but every broken piece still had teeth. Warbikes screamed through refinery roads. Trucks overloaded with boys smashed through refugee columns. Feral mobs came out of smoke with choppers raised, laughing as they hacked at anyone not green enough to be ignored. Squig packs bounded through minefields until their exploding bodies cleared paths for larger beasts. Orcs did not need strategy when the world itself had become a brawl. By midday, billions were trapped inside the planetary meat grinder. Imperial columns stretched across the refinery continent in lines of smoke, metal, and bodies. Tank brigades tried to reverse through roads clogged with wounded. Munitorum crawlers burned beside overturned Medici stations. Penal troops broke formation and were shot by commissars until the commissars ran out of rounds and were dragged down by men who had learned too late that fear could turn both directions. Refugee streams from worker habs mixed with retreating soldiers, then with orc mobs, then with cultists wearing stolen uniforms. No map could keep pace. No prayer could sort loyal from traitor, while artillery made all men equal beneath the shell. General Varron demanded the Raptors hold the central evacuation road. He did so over a Vox channel thick with static, screams, and the dull percussion of collapsing war. His face appeared in the Shadow Stalker's strategium as a flickering blue ghost, cracked by interference
and lit by fires from wherever his command bunker had been forced to relocate. "The Kolvar Road is the only route wide enough for armor and wounded trains," he said. "If it falls, we lose the Western Army Group. I need your chapter holding it until nightfall." Lias Isidon looked at the hololithic map. The Kolvar Road shone bright with traffic. That was why it was already dead. Every enemy commander with eyes, every drone network, every orc outrider, every cult spotter, every brazen oath auspex array saw the same thing the guard saw. The road was broad, direct, necessary. It ran between refinery stacks and salt ridges toward the last functioning extraction fields. It was too obvious to be saved. Isidon marked another route, a maintenance artery buried beneath 3 industrial districts, a line of service tunnels, drainage culverts, ore rails, and dead promethium pipes. It had been designed for machines and waste, not armies. It bent away from the evacuation fields before curling back through abandoned filtration plants and worker transit vaults. Most of its surface exits were choked by rubble. Its overhead clearance was too low for super-heavy armor. Its maps were incomplete. The enemy believed it useless. That made it valuable. "No," Isidon said. "We hold the wrong road." Varen stared at him. "The wrong road. The road the enemy will not watch until too late. The Kolvar Road is packed with my divisions." "Yes. If we pull them away, we can still move some through your tunnel route. If you pull them away, the enemy knows where the living are going." The general understood then. His face seemed to collapse inward. "You mean to leave them there? I mean to save what can be saved. Those men are still fighting. They must continue. They will die." "Yes." Varen's voice became a rasp. "You cold bastard." Isidon did not deny it. "Transmit to all units under your direct authority. Armor elements able to disengage without visible reroute will move by smoke cover to the service artery. Wounded convoys already past Marker Cordain will be redirected through industrial tunnels. Munition trains will detach from the central column and go dark. No general broadcast, no prayer traffic, no explanation." "And the divisions on Kolvar?" Isidon watched enemy contact runes closing around the shining road. "They are now the lie." Over the next 6 hours, the Raptors turned retreat into a murderously disciplined deception. Scout teams moved ahead through refinery sewers and industrial access tunnels, cutting locks, mapping collapses, marking routes with coded scratches too subtle for panicked men and clear enough for trained officers. Rauch's neophytes dragged wounded Vox operators into shadowed junctions and forced them to transmit traffic that suggested the main evacuation remained on Kolvar. Tech Marines awakened cargo lifts that had slept under rust for centuries. Infiltrators killed cult guides waiting near the true route, then left their bodies upright in guard stations so distant observers would see silhouettes and assume the posts remained occupied. Refugee columns were redirected in silence. Men who had fled burning habs were shoved through pipe tunnels stinking of old oil and corpse water. Those who asked where they were going were ignored. Those who tried to turn back were struck down by rifle stocks or shot if panic threatened the flow. Munition trains rumbled through buried transit galleries with their lights extinguished, wheels grinding over human bodies, because stopping would kill more than continuing. Tank crews abandoned vehicles too large for the tunnels, stripping guns, fuel cells, ammunition, and machine spirit cores, while enemy artillery walked closer. Wounded convoys moved in the dark, men groaning on stretchers, some with intestines held in by bandages, some with faces gone beneath medici-wax, some already dead, but not yet removed, because the living had no room to step around them. On Kolvar Road, the exposed divisions died loudly. Their Vox traffic filled every channel the Raptors permitted themselves to hear. Colonel after colonel called for artillery that would not come. Tank commanders begged for permission to withdraw and received only static or orders to hold. Infantry companies reported orc contact, then traitor armor,
Then red-armored Astartes among the smoke. Priests led countercharges. Commissars executed cowards until chains wards found them. Men screamed for medici, ammunition, water, mothers, saints, the emperor, anyone. The Raptors listened and did not intervene. Lieutenant Vey stood at the mouth of a tunnel exit while the death calls came through his helm. Below him, the true evacuation route moved in shadow, thousands upon thousands of men, vehicles, servitors, guns, and wounded passing into the dark because others were dying in the light. He heard a guard major on Kolvar Road call coordinates for danger-close artillery onto his own position. He heard the guns answer. He heard the channel become wet static, and then silence. Vey turned toward the surface ramp. Ancient Cades blocked him. The dreadnought filled the tunnel like a shrine built around a weapon. His sarcophagus lamps glowed red through dust. His assault cannon hung silent but ready. One heavy foot came down, cracking the rockcrete between Vey and the exit. "Move," Vey said, and hated himself for how human the word sounded. Cades' Vox rumbled. "No, they are being butchered. Yes."
We can reinforce them. We can die with them. Vey's fists clenched. They are loyal. Cades leaned forward, ancient servos whining. Compassion is not command. Command is choosing who dies first. The words struck harder than a blow because they carried no cruelty for its own sake. Only age. Only certainty carved from wars that had already eaten better men. Vey looked past the dreadnought toward the surface, where the sky pulsed with fire. Cades continued, quieter, which made his voice more terrible. If you go, others follow. If others follow, the route is revealed. If the route is revealed, the wounded die, the armor dies, the munitions burn, and the men on Kolvar die anyway. You will have purchased a cleaner conscience with an army? Vey said nothing. Above them, Kolvar Road became the trap Isidon had promised. Orc and traitor forces overran the first barricades before dusk. They came expecting flight, panic, soft rearguards, abandoned vehicles, and men easy to kill. They found the road thick with bodies, wreckage, and the last defenders of divisions already sentenced. That suited them. They surged forward into the corridor between refinery stacks, where the road dipped beneath broken pipelines and corpse fields mined 3 times over. The Raptors had prepared the killing funnel, while the guard died holding it. Pre-sighted artillery opened first. Basilisks miles away, fed coordinates by hidden Raptors observers, hurled shells into the road with mechanical hatred. Earthshaker rounds struck among orc trucks and traitor infantry, lifting vehicles into the air and tearing mobs into bloody fragments. One shell landed in the middle of a corner-to-infantry mass and turned 50 men into a single expanding cloud of meat, armor shards, and red mist. The next struck a fuel crawler and painted the road in burning promethium. Then the cyclonic fuel traps ignited. Storage bladders buried beneath the road split open under remote charge. Chemically treated promethium erupted upward in columns of blue and orange flame. The fire did not merely burn, it clung. It wrapped around armor, poured through cracked seals, flowed under vehicles, and boiled men inside their own protection. Orcs ran laughing while their skin sloughed from muscle. Traitors beat at their helmets as their eyes cooked. Horses from some feral cult cavalry screamed until their lungs burst, dragging burning riders beneath them. Mine-laced corpse fields followed. The dead had been stacked along the road in heaps from previous battles. The enemy thought them cover. Orcs shoved them aside. Cultists crawled over them. Brazen oath warriors kicked through them. Pressure mines, crack charges, and bone-triggered fragmentation devices detonated in sequence. Corpses became shrapnel. Rib cages, helmets, femurs, armor plates, and old lasguns scythed through the attackers. A heretic Astartes lost one leg to a crack mine hidden inside a dead guardsman's torso, then lost his head when an eliminator fired into the exposed neck seal as he fell. Land speeders swept in from the ash storms. They came low and fast.
Typhoon missile racks roaring, heavy bolters chewing into packed bodies. Their hulls were smeared with dust, their engines masked by the howl of the storm. One strafed a column of traitor armor, firing into side hatches and engine decks until tanks slewed sideways and blocked the road. Another skimmed over an orc mob so low that boys reached up with choppers, laughing, before missiles struck the walkers behind them and hurled burning scrap into their backs. The road became a river of torn bodies, burning engines, screaming beasts, and blood running black through dust. The battle widened beyond any single road. In orbit, Navy vessels and loyal monitors traded macro cannon fire with captured defense platforms and traitor escorts. Lance beams cut through void shields and opened ships from bow to spine. Macro shells crossed the darkness like cities thrown by angry gods. One Imperial cruiser took a broadside amidships and vented thousands of crew into vacuum, their bodies freezing instantly amid expanding clouds of flame, metal, and prayer parchment. The Shadowstalker fired in disciplined silence, not at the largest targets, but at guidance arrays, engine nodes, communication spires, the organs of ships. On the ground, tank regiments died under railgun beams. Lehman Russ squadrons advanced through salt dust and disappeared one at a time as invisible lines punched through them. A Baneblade named St. Cordain's Burden kept moving after 3 penetrations, its crew already dying from internal spall, its commander standing in the cupola with half his face gone, shouting fire orders until a 4th rail shot entered the ammunition vault and turned the Super Heavy into a sun. Infantry drowned in mud and blood where refinery canals had burst. Men clawed at one another to climb over bodies. Cultists came through the flood with knives between their teeth, and guardsmen fired lasguns underwater at shapes they could barely see. Orcs leapt into the canals for the joy of it, dragging soldiers down and biting through rebreather masks. Medici servitors moved along the banks and were torn apart by men begging to be saved. Through it all, the Raptors moved in squads of 5. They killed commanders, not the loudest, not the largest, the necessary. A Vox officer beneath a rail battery tower, a tower-lined human tactician directing withdrawal corridors, a brazen oath icon bearer whose banner served as rally point, an orc nob about to gather 3 mobs into one, a cult artillery seer reading coordinates from flayed skin. Each died before becoming important enough for legends. Bolters coughed, knives opened throats, stalker rounds crossed battlefields and made brains vanish inside helmets. Thunderhawks extracted the wounded beneath flack dark skies. They landed for seconds at a time, ramps dropping into smoke and screaming. Wounded guardsmen were dragged aboard by chapter serfs and surviving Medici crews, stacked in rows, limbs missing, armor fused to flesh, eyes blind from flash burns. Some begged the Raptors for blessing, some spat at them, some tried to crawl away because they had heard Kolvar Road die and understood who had let it happen. The Raptors loaded them anyway. Survival did not require gratitude. Then the brass prophet came. He emerged at Kolvar Road through fire and falling ash, enormous in brass, bone, and flayed heraldry. His armor was hung with chains of skulls, some human, some orc, some too altered by rage to identify. Torn banners streamed from his back like strips of night. His helm was horned and blackened, its faceplate shaped into a screaming mouth. Around him marched Cornate warriors, traitor priests, mutilated standard bearers, and berserkers who beat chain weapons against their own armor until blood ran from their gauntlets. His voice rolled across the battlefield, through stolen Vox towers and the throats of dying men. Little bird, knife master, I have followed your cuts. Isidon stood in the command bay of the Shadowstalker, watching through feeds from scouts, gunships, orbital augers, and the eyes of dying servo skulls. The prophet strode through burning wreckage toward the manufactorum stack that overlooked Kolvar Road. The structure was an immense refinery tower, already cracked by bombardment,
its storage chambers full of unstable vapor and pressure ghosts. The Prophet did not know that Raptors tech marines had been inside it since before dawn. He saw height, symbolism, the perfect place to call an enemy to witness. "Face me, coward," the Prophet roared. "Come down from your shadow and bleed where men can see you." The Vox carried his challenge into every open channel. General Varron, bloodied and exhausted somewhere in the evacuation route, whispered, "Throne, save us. He is there. You can end him." Isidon watched pressure runes reach readiness. "You are not the objective," he said. The manufactorum stack collapsed, not from a single explosion, from precision. Charges cut load pylons. Melter bites severed support ribs. Fuel traps ignited lower chambers. Pressure valves failed in sequence. The immense tower folded inward with the slow majesty of a dying god, then fell across the Prophet's army. The sound swallowed the battlefield. Millions of tons of metal, concrete, furnace stone, and burning machinery came down through Cornete ranks. Warriors vanished beneath collapsing walls. Tanks were crushed flat, their crews squeezed out through vision slits in red jets. Orcs disappeared under girders the size of hab blocks. Cult mobs were ground into the road so completely that their banners stood for a moment from a paste of flesh and dust before falling. Fires burst from ruptured pipes and rolled across the wreckage. Steam vents opened and flayed men alive. The Prophet's last visible image was his brass helm turning upward as the tower blotted out the sky. Then he was buried beneath his own dead. The evacuation succeeded. Not cleanly, not nobly, not in a way that would ever be sung by men who had heard the real Vox traffic. But it succeeded beyond all projections made by commanders who still believed retreat was failure, wearing a different uniform. Armor brigades emerged from the industrial tunnels, battered but intact. Munition trains reached the extraction fields. Wounded convoys loaded into landers until the ramps ran slick with blood. Refugee columns, reduced, terrified, and silent, passed beneath Raptors' guns into holding zones where they would be screened, counted, and lied to. Far behind them, Kolvar Road burned until dawn. The divisions left there did not survive as formations. A few men crawled back through drainage ditches and corpse piles, eyes mad, hands empty, uniforms stiff with blood, not all their own. They looked at the Raptors and understood. Some wept, some cursed. One guardsman raised a shaking las pistol at Sergeant Rauch and was disarmed before his finger tightened. Rauch did not kill him. The man had spent his usefulness already and survived despite it. General Varron found Isidon at the extraction field while the last Thunderhawks lifted into the ash. The general's greatcoat was torn. His left arm hung useless. Blood had dried across one side of his face. Around them, landers roared, wounded screamed, engines spat smoke, and priests walked among the survivors, telling them the Emperor had delivered them. Many of the survivors watched the Raptors with hatred so raw, it seemed almost holy. Varron looked toward the glow on the horizon where Kolvar Road had been. "They hate you," he said. Isidon followed his gaze. "They are alive. They will remember what you did. They should. They will call you monsters." Isidon turned away from the burning road and studied the next map already forming in the hololith. Names do not change casualty totals. The general laughed bitterly, then winced from the pain of it. "No glory in death. That is what your warriors say." "Yes. And what is there in survival bought like this?" Isidon did not answer immediately. Above them, another Thunderhawk lifted under fire, engines screaming as flak burst around its wings. It climbed with wounded men packed so tightly inside that blood ran from the ramp seams and fell back to the landing field in red droplets. At last, Isidon spoke. Another battle. For him, that was enough. For the survivors, it would never be enough. The Raptors accepted both truths as irrelevant. The enemy still had billions. That fact comforted its commanders, its priests, its war bosses, its defectors, its corpse accountants,
and every screaming fool who believed numbers were the same thing as strength. Vordrast burned beneath armies too vast for mortal maps to hold. Orc migrations stampeded through jungle belts and refinery roads. Traitor hives vomited militia, cult mobs, and conscripted labor gangs into the grinder. Toe-aligned armor cadres withdrew and struck again with disciplined cruelty. The brazen oath still lived in fragments, every surviving warrior worth 100 mortal killers. The brass prophet's voice moved between them all, welding rage, greed, fear, and ambition into something almost resembling purpose. Almost. That was the word Lias Isidon intended to kill. The Shadowstalker drifted above Vordrast Secundus, under Auspec's silence, its hull black against the light of burning continents. Within its strategium, the war no longer appeared as fronts. Fronts were lies mortals told themselves, so death looked organized. Isidon's hololith showed the true shape of the enemy. Signals, messengers, rituals, relay nodes, psychic echoes, fuel permissions, pain engines, kill glyphs, machine ciphers, and corrupted command codes stolen from dead Imperial officers. The brass prophet was not merely roaring orders to armies. He was building a convergence, a sector-wide pull of violence, gathering everything on Vordrast toward one slaughter field large enough to please whatever god listened through his brass helm. Astropathic torture engines pulsed beneath captured shrine towers, forcing half-dead psychers to scream coordinates through the warp until their minds bled into vox static. Demon-bound vox choirs repeated the prophet's will in voices that made mortal operators claw at their own ears. Orc weird boy resonance shuddered across jungle and scrap camps, crude but powerful, turning the thoughts of mobs toward chosen targets through instinct and headache. Toe-aligned signal doctrine had been stolen, dirtied, and repurposed by human defectors who still believed efficiency could survive contact with madness. Captured Imperial command codes moved across the network like stolen organs, opening doors, redirecting convoys, condemning loyal regiments with seals that had once meant obedience. Isidon watched the lattice form. Then he began choosing which mouths to close. Around him stood the kill team leaders. Sergeant Rauk, armor still stained by jungle rot. Brother Marek Solon, helm beneath one arm, face pale and expressionless. Lieutenant Seran Vey, no longer arguing before understanding. Varan Kor, hooded and silent, his psychic hood dark but uneasy. A tech marine whose red plate had been overpainted in campaign green, his mechadendrites curled tight like patient serpents. Ancient Cades listened through the command link from the Dreadnought Bay, his presence a low machine growl beneath the Vox. Brother Solon studied the targets as they appeared. The interpreter priest coordinates the human cult cells, he said. The signal cast defector controls desert relay doctrine. The Orc Painboy is producing stimulant spores for the jungle mobs. The traitor admiral holds the orbital escape vectors. The code savant speaks to the captured manufactoria. The heretic champion guards the ritual heart. Isidon moved the runes apart until each target became a separate wound in the enemy body. Solon asked, "Which target has priority?" Isidon answered without hesitation, "The one whose death makes the others afraid to speak." No one asked which one that was. All of them understood. It was all of them, if killed correctly. The Raptors descended in pieces, because pieces were harder to stop than armies. Scout elements entered the corpse ducts beneath Hive Ardent, before the enemy knew the ducts still existed. The tunnels were packed with grey water, rendered fat, and the slow conveyor chains that carried plague dead, executed prisoners, and battlefield meat toward reclamation vats. Rauk went first, crouched low beneath hanging hooks, his camo cloak soaked black, combat knife held back along one forearm. Behind him came neophytes with suppressed bolters, and Auspec's beads wrapped in cloth to smother even their smallest glow. The interpreter priest lived in a chapel under the Hive's old judiciary tower. He had once been a sanctioned confessor of the imperial creed. Now his tongue had been split into brass wire,
and he translated the prophet's roar into orders human officers could obey without going mad too quickly. He stood at a pulpit of bone and engine parts, chanting over maps made from flayed skin, while cult scribes carved orders into wax slates. Rauch did not storm the chapel. He entered through the waste drain beneath the reliquary pit. A cult guard relieved himself into the drain and died with Rauch's blade through his groin, up behind the pelvis, into the spine. The body spasmed without sound. Rauch pulled it down into the filth and took the guard's seal chain. A neophyte crawled through the opening next, then another, their armor scraping softly against old stone slick with human grease. The priest was midway through a command litany when the first suppressed bolt round struck the scribe beside him. The shell detonated inside the man's chest, bursting ribs outward and spraying wet parchment with blood. Before the priest could turn, Rauch's knife entered the side of his throat and cut through wire, windpipe, and artery. The brass tongue snapped and whipped sparks across the pulpit. The priest clutched at it, gagging on his own severed mechanism. Rauch dragged him backward into the pit, letting the congregation see only the pulpit emptying and the map soaking red. The cultists began screaming that the prophet had withdrawn favor. That was the point. Far across the refinery continent, the signal caste defector died under a sky full of dust. He had been born human, educated by defectors, disciplined by Zeno's doctrine, and given authority because he understood how Imperial officers thought and how TOW observers preferred not to. His command post was a buried relay chamber surrounded by drone nets, rail rifle nests, pulse, sentries, sensor towers, and decoy bunkers. He spoke calmly to his men as desert lightning flickered over the horizon. "The Imperium relies on anger when deprived of certainty," he said. "Deny them clarity, and they will waste force. We survive through structure, through unity, through the greater good." An eliminator had been lying inside a collapsed refinery chimney for 36 hours, body locked beneath an ash cloak, rifle barrel threaded through a crack in the stone. His sniper optics adjusted for dust density, wind shear, thermal bloom, drone interference, and the pulse rhythm of the defector's shield generator. He could not see the man's whole body. He did not need to. The defector stepped into view to correct a subordinate's display. The round traveled through dust, heat, a drone wing, and a gap no wider than a knuckle between two armor panels. It struck the defector beneath the ear. His head came apart before his body heard the shot. Blue light from the command table shone through the red fog where his thoughts had been. His subordinates stared for one heartbeat too long. The second and third shots killed the men who reached for the Vox controls. Then the relay chamber began transmitting orders in 3 incompatible formats. TOW-aligned armor units received withdrawal commands marked as attack vectors. Human collaborators received accusations that the Xenos had abandoned them. Drone patrols redirected toward friendly heat signatures. The desert command net did not collapse. It became worse. It became uncertain. In the jungle, the Orc pain boy was easier to find and harder to kill. His workshop moved on wheels, tracks, legs, and chained beasts. A great stinking surgery platform built from looted chimera hulls, tank turrets, fungus boilers, and cages full of screaming specimens. He called himself Doc Grimsnick Gutstitch, which Rauch's intercepted glyph readers translated as someone who cut a lot and enjoyed explaining it. He had been brewing stimulant spores in brass-lined vats, feeding them to Orc mobs until even wounded boys fought with snapped bones, blown organs, and half their skulls missing. The spores made the Orcs faster, louder, and almost impossible to frighten. They also made them violently suspicious of anything that smelled wrong. Isodon had given that detail to the Rivers. They did not attack the Pain Boy's platform. They haunted it. Vox thief systems woke beneath the jungle canopy and began whispering through captured Orc speakers. Not Imperial words, not threats. Orc voices, crude and loud, stolen from dead knobs and rearranged into accusations. Gutstitch was watering the spores. Gutstitch had sold the good brew to Humies. Gutstitch had put grot piss in the vats. Gutstitch said war boss Grukmar's jaw had been made from soft metal. The pain boy shouted. His orderlies shouted louder. The mob around the platform began arguing with the beautiful simplicity of loaded guns. That was when the Raptors struck from above. Jump troops descended through the canopy only after smoke charges blinded the shooter towers, and Riva terror pulses turned the platform's own speakers into howling static. Chains and vines snapped under ceramite weight. A power blade took the pain boy's first arm at the elbow, then his second at the shoulder. Gutstitch tried to bite the raptor in front of him and received a cracked grenade shoved into his mouth. The raptor kicked him backward into the spore vats. The explosion blew the pain boy apart and ruptured the vats in the same instant. Stimulant gas poured across the platform. Orcs inhaled it and went berserk. Some attacked the raptors. Most attacked one another, convinced by smell, noise, and pain that betrayal surrounded them. The spore brew caught fire when a flamer washed across the surgery deck. Orcs burned while fighting, skin blackening, eyes boiling, fists still swinging. Grots ran in circles with their heads on fire. A caged squig burst from its pen, swallowed a burning orderly whole, and detonated when the flames reached the grenades tied to its hide. The raptors were gone before the platform tore itself apart. In orbit, the traitor Navy Admiral died sitting down. Admiral Cestus Vale had commanded a loyal monitor squadron before treason became more profitable than obedience. Now he sat aboard the captured cruiser, Benediction of Ash, enthroned in a command pulpit, wired into the vessel's stolen command codes. His bridge was armored behind void shields, gun decks, fighter screens, and kill corridors. He wore a high collar, a polished breastplate, and the expression of a man who believed distance from the battlefield made him intelligent. A Thunderhawk insertion proved him wrong. The gunship came in cold beneath the wake of a damaged Navy hulk, its hull scraped by debris and silent until its engines fired at the last possible moment. It punched through a maintenance bay already marked by Raptors boarding augers. Melter charges opened the inner bulkhead. Inceptors entered first, not as shock spectacle, but as moving fire lanes. Their assault bolters hammered the bay's defenders into shredded armor and wet fragments. Solon led the second wave, Stalker pattern bolt rifle mag locked to his back, combat blade in hand, because bridge work demanded precision. The cruiser's corridors became short, brutal geometry. Crack grenades blew shield doors inward. Mass reactive rounds pinned officers to bulkheads through chest and spine. Armsmen died behind barricades when power blades came through firing slits and opened them from collar to groin. A servitor gun platform rotated toward the Raptors and was struck by a melter charge that turned its weapon mount, torso, and screaming biological components into a slumping cone of molten flesh and brass. Admiral Vale remained on his command throne until the bridge doors blew inward. He tried to issue an order. Solon fired first. 3 bolt rounds struck the Admiral in the chest and pinned him back into the throne before detonating. His breastplate burst open. The command throne behind him filled with shredded lung, fragments of spine, and pieces of heart. The 4th round took his jaw off and spread his final order across the deck as meat. His officers died reaching for sidearms, Vox switches, escape seals. None made it. The ship did not belong to the Raptors. They did not try to take it. They killed the command crew, fed false withdrawal vectors into the navigation shrine, and left the benediction of Ash broadcasting retreat orders that sent 3 traitor escorts into the firing arcs of Imperial monitors. In the asteroid Manufactoria, the dark Mechanicum Code Savant burned inside his own coffin. He had once been Magos Iritheks, before he replaced too much loyalty with curiosity and too much flesh with hungry metal. Now he existed as a long torso suspended in a data coffin, limbs removed, spine extended into cable bundles, skull opened and crowned with antennae. Servo skulls circled him like carrion cherubs, reciting Binharic prayers to machine gods that wore the wrong names. Through him, captured Manufactoria produced ammunition for the Prophet, altered Imperial targeting codes, and rerouted factory asteroids toward the Convergence. Varan Kor hated the chamber before he entered it. The air tasted of scrap code and warp oil. Machine spirits whimpered from abused consoles. The tech marine beside him made a sound that might have been disgust or prayer. Raptors infiltrators moved ahead through the data chapel, cutting down Skitarii Heertechs with disciplined fire. These were not true servants of Mars, not anymore. Their augmetics had been grown rather than forged, their weapons wired into nerves that pulsed with forbidden impulse. The code savant spoke through every skull at once. Flesh sons of an obsolete compliance, your armor dreams of better masters. The tech marine answered in Binharic too cold for mortal ears and drove a mechadendrite into the coffin's access spine. The savant screamed as scrap code met loyalist machine wrath. Varan Kor raised his staff and spoke a word that made the lights die. Not fully. Enough. The chamber fell into red emergency glow. Infiltrators placed melter charges at the coffin's coolant reservoirs. The savant tried to upload himself into the Manufactorum core. The tech marine cut the route and sealed him inside his own data coffin, with every pain receptor awake. The charges fired. White heat filled the coffin from below. The savant burned upward, flesh first, then cable, then exposed brain tissue. He shrieked through 100 vox mouths, while his servo skulls continued circling, unable to update their prayer loop. Blessed be the motive force. Blessed be the motive force. Blessed be the motive force. When his skull finally cracked from the heat, the asteroid Manufactoria lost coordination and began stamping ammunition with incompatible calibers, reversed propellant ratios, and false purity seals. Several plants exploded before anyone realized production itself had become treacherous. The heretic Astartes champion at the ritual heart did not die quietly. He was called Malchior Vane, last sworn butcher of the Brazen Oath after the Ash Basin slaughter. He guarded the ritual engine beneath the ruins of a pilgrim cathedral where the brass prophet's convergence was being shaped. The chamber was half church, half abattoir, half impossible. Chains hung from arches, prisoners dangled upside down over brass basins, their blood draining into grooves that formed maps. Vox horns grew from the walls like tumors. Bound astropaths screamed in cages. Orc weirdboy skulls, still wet and wired, twitched above resonance pylons. Captured Imperial codes glowed on parchment screens made from stretched skin. Malchior stood before the ritual heart in crimson plate, two-handed chain blade resting across one shoulder. He expected a charge. He received darkness. Rivers killed the lumen grids. Infiltrators killed the outer guards. Eliminators fired from cracks in the cathedral dome, rounds dropping through incense smoke to remove Vox attendants, signal scribes, and chain bearers. Malchior laughed and demanded the Raptors face him. Vey entered through the west arch with 5 brothers. The heretic champion saw him and raised the chain blade. At last, a bird with enough blood to stand. Vey had a clear line to the champion. He also had a clear line past him. Beyond Malchior, half hidden behind the ritual engine, stood the Vox priest, who translated the prophet's will across 3 continents. The priest was thin, hooded, and wired into the heart by brass cables through his ribs. His mouth was a silver horn. His hands moved over code strings made from finger bones. He was not glorious. He was not dangerous in the way Malchior was dangerous. No warrior would remember his name. That made him the target. Malchior charged. Vey did not meet him. He dropped to one knee, ignored the champion, and fired a single stalker round beneath Malchior's swinging blade. The shell passed the heretic Astartes, crossed the ritual chamber, and struck the Vox priest in the throat horn. The detonation turned the priest's head and upper chest into red mist, brass fragments, and shredded cable. The ritual engine shrieked as 3 continental command streams severed at once. Malchior's blade came down. Solon intercepted it with a power blade and nearly lost an arm for the attempt. The impact threw him sideways. Rauk emerged from darkness behind the champion and drove melter charges onto the warrior's backpack before rolling clear. Vey fired into Malchior's knee joint. Another raptor fired into the opposite hip. The charges detonated together, blowing the backpack apart and punching molten ruin through the champion's spine. Malchior fell forward, still alive, chainblade chewing stone as he tried to rise. Vey walked to him and put a bolt round through the back of his helm. The ritual heart did not explode. Explosions were often too generous. It failed. The demon-bound Vox choir lost rhythm. The astropathic torture engines began feeding pain into themselves. Orc weirdboy resonance fractured into migraine storms that sent mobs charging in the wrong directions. Captured Imperial command codes repeated invalid orders until entire traitor regiments halted, advanced, halted again, and then opened fire on couriers they believed compromised. TOE-aligned collaborators received human cult commands and assumed betrayal. Human traitors received TOE withdrawal patterns and concluded they had been sold out. Kornite warriors executed their own logisticians for cowardice because supplies had failed to arrive, and blood demanded a reason. False flags bloomed across the enemy coalition like rot. The interpreter priest's death was attributed to a jealous noble cult. The signal defector's assassination was marked with forged orc glyphs. The orc painboy's platform carried planted human purity seals. The admiral's corpse was left with TOE coded withdrawal slates. The code savant's burning was made to resemble Kornate impatience. The heretic champion's death was transmitted as proof that the prophet had sacrificed his own guardian to power the ritual. The enemy army became a mob of suspicious predators, still vast, still armed, still hungry, but no longer one thing. In the Shadowstalker's strategium, the hololithic lattice shuddered and broke into disconnected fragments. Billions of enemy markers remained. They did not vanish. The Raptors had not destroyed the armies of Vordrast. They had done something colder. They had made those armies less able to understand themselves. Lieutenant Vey stood before the display, armor scorched from the ritual chamber, helm tucked under one arm. Blood that was not his own darkened the seals around his gauntlets. He waited for censure, or approval, or some word that would tell him whether refusing the champion's duel and killing the smaller target had been seen. Isidon looked at the severed command streams. He said nothing. Vey understood. From Lias Isidon, silence could be praise if the mission had no wound left open. Below, across burning continents, the brass prophet screamed through broken channels and found fewer throats answering together. Orcs roared for fights that led nowhere. Human traitors accused one another over dead Vox. Defectors retreated into positions their allies now distrusted. Kornate warbands butchered messengers. Manufactoria spat defective ammunition. Astropathic engines wailed blind. The convergence still existed in outline, but its bones no longer locked. The enemy had billions, billions alive, billions armed, billions furious, and for the first time since Vordrast began, those billions could not move as one body. Vordrast Prime became the grave the Raptors had been digging since the first silent craft crossed the planet's shadow. The Dead Hive Basin had once been a place of industry, worship, labor, and administrative lies. Now it was a bowl of shattered rockcrete and exposed iron bones, ringed by broken hab blocks, collapsed shrine towers, manufactorum shells, and the blackened stumps of orbital elevator pylons. Beneath its floor slept promethium reservoirs, vast enough to feed continents, buried during older wars and forgotten by everyone except the machines that still whispered to them in coolant dreams. Under those tanks, deeper still, reactor catacombs pulsed with unstable heat.
their containment shrines cracked by bombardment and made treacherous by Tech-Marine hands. Around the basin, every artillery line that still answered Imperial codes had been sighted, tested, blessed, and told where to kill. The enemy came because every faction believed every other faction had betrayed it. That belief had not appeared by accident. It had been grown, fed, cut, encouraged. A false order here, a dead courier there, a stolen glyph, a forged withdrawal code, a corpse left wearing the wrong oath token. The Raptors had spent the campaign teaching the enemy to see treachery whenever it looked sideways. Now Issadon allowed them all to look at once. Orc remnants poured from the east in a green avalanche, not an empire now, but fragments of one, each mob convinced the best fight waited in the basin, and that every other mob intended to steal it. Warbikes screamed down the broken avenues with guns blazing into the air. Trucks bounced over rubble, shedding boys from their sides, who rose laughing if they could still stand, and were run over if they could not. Scrapwalkers clanked behind them, belching black smoke and swinging saw arms as large as tank turrets. Somewhere in the thick of it, war boss Grukmau Skullboiler still lived, or had convinced enough orcs that he lived, his iron jaw grinding and smoking as he roared threats at rivals who wanted his head more than they wanted victory. From the south came the traitor armor, Lehman Russ tanks stripped of Imperial markings, Malcador hulls covered in brass plates, armored crawlers dragging screaming prisoners chained to their fronts as living charms. Their crews had been told the Tau-aligned defectors planned to abandon them. They had been told the orcs had been promised their fuel. They had been told the brass prophet demanded one final offering of steel and blood. All of these statements were lies, except the parts that were true enough to be useful. From the west came human cadres trained by alien doctrine, still wearing clean formation habits beneath the dirt of treason. Their armor advanced in disciplined packets. Their drone nets flickered above them like insect swarms. Rail weapons found lanes through the smoke and killed with cold precision. Their officers spoke of survival, order, rational withdrawal, and the greater good, while their men glanced over their shoulders at allies they no longer trusted. From the north came hive militias too desperate to be called armies, workers with autoguns, house troops without houses, shrine wardens carrying flamers and cracked icons, penal remnants whose collars had been cut away and replaced with brass charms. Some had fought for independence, some had fought for food, some had changed sides 3 times and were no longer sure which direction held forgiveness. None of that mattered. They were armed bodies in the basin, and the basin accepted all offerings. Then the Cornety berserkers came through the center. They did not march. They erupted, red plate and chain weapons, bare arms corded with swollen muscle and prayer scars, brass masks, bone hooks, banners made from stretched skin. The last fragments of the brazen oath strode among them, towering above mortal cultists, their armor broken and repaired with hatred. Behind them moved demon-maddened killers whose minds had been burned down to a single command: blood, blood, blood. The word crossed the battlefield in 1,000 throats, until even the orcs answered it with laughter and gunfire. Orbital pict feeds tried to count the dead and failed before the battle truly began. Casualty markers multiplied into red haze. Auger systems stuttered. Servo skulls sent images of crowds being torn apart, tanks burning, bodies pulped beneath treads, drones falling like silver insects, orcs biting through helmets, cultists kneeling in fire, guardsmen firing until their last cells emptied, and then using bayonets on men who had once worn the same colors. Every data engine aboard the Shadowstalker began rejecting the scale of the slaughter as error. The war had become too large for numbers. It could only be read as motion, pressure, and collapse. Issadon read it without expression. He stood in the strategium with the hololith burning before him in layers of red, green, amber, and black. Around him, mortal officers whispered prayers or curses. Varen watched from a field command feed.
his face hollow from understanding too much and too late. Vey stood at Isodon's right, silent. Rauk's signal pulsed from the basin rim. Solan's kill team waited beneath a collapsed shrine bridge. Varan Kor listened to the warp twist around the Prophet's approach. Ancient Cades stood in the dreadnought bay below, awakened, armed, and waiting like an old sentence. The Raptors did not command the battle in the manner of generals. They touched it. One squad killed a bridge crew beneath the eastern viaduct. The bridge remained standing for another 12 minutes, long enough for Orc warbikes and traitor armor to crowd across it, before the charges fired and the span folded into the ravine. A tide of metal and bodies plunged down together, trucks, bikes, tanks, and screaming men smashing into the wreckage below. The Orcs blamed the traitor armor. The traitors blamed the Orcs. Both opened fire before the dust settled. Another squad destroyed a shrine vox in the southern Habstacks. It had been broadcasting brass prophet orders into 3 militia columns. When it died, the columns received only static, then a forged command in the accent of a Toe, a lined officer, instructing them to surrender weapons for processing. The militias answered with panic and gunfire. Drone units marked the sudden muzzle flashes as hostile and returned fire, cutting down men who had expected rescue from logic. A third squad blinded an artillery tower by killing the men who adjusted its Auspex mirrors. They did not destroy the guns. They left them firing on old coordinates. The guns continued obediently, hammering a roadway after the Kornati vanguard had already passed, and just as a column of traitor armor moved through it. Shells struck engine decks and ammunition racks. Tanks brewed up one by one, each detonation flipping nearby hulls, showering infantry with burning promethium and molten metal. Every tiny act changed a mass formation. Every small death made larger death inevitable. In the basin, war boss Grukmau's Skullboiler broke through a line of hive militia and came roaring into view atop a looted battle wagon with 3 engines, too many guns, and a prow made from the head of an imperial saint statue. His iron jaw ground open and shut, sparks spitting from its hinges. He held a power claw in one hand and a huge cleaver in the other, both dripping with meat. "Where's the bird boss?" bellowed, though he had no idea which bird boss he meant. "Where's the sneaky Humie? What made me lad stupid?" An orc beside him shouted that the traitor tanks had stolen their fuel. Another shouted that Grukmau had promised them the best fight and had not found it fast enough. Grukmau answered by cleaving the second orc in half and throwing the upper body into the first. His mob cheered. Then rail fire from the western ridge punched through the battle wagon. The shot did not kill Grukmau. It killed the engines, the driver, the gunner, and 30 orcs packed around him. The vehicle slewed sideways, exploded against a fuel pipe, and hurled the war boss through smoke and flame. He landed in the middle of a Kornati cult charge, rose burning, and began killing them because they were there. The Raptors had not aimed the railgun. They had allowed the Tau-aligned cadre to believe the orcs were turning on them. That was enough. The brass prophet reached the basin through a corridor of ruin. He had survived the Manufactorum collapse. Not whole, not clean. His armor was cracked across the breastplate. One horn had broken from his helm. Brass plates hung from him in torn layers. Chain links dragged behind him, fused with scraps of stone, bone, and flesh. His left arm ended in a gauntlet wrapped around a chain axe the size of a man, its teeth made from black metal that screamed as it moved. His right hand carried no weapon. It did not need one. Men died when he closed it around them. He came surrounded by heretic Astartes, berserkers, and demon-maddened cultists. They left a trail behind them that looked less like a path than a flaying. Guardsmen were split from shoulder to groin. Orcs had their heads torn free and held up as offerings before being thrown into their own mobs. Toe-aligned soldiers were ripped apart in their disciplined ranks, their clean armor painted with their own blood. Hive militia tried to flee and were trampled into paste beneath red boots. The Prophet's followers were drowning in their own rage, killing enemies, allies, wounded, prisoners, the dead, anyone near enough to make the chain weapons bite. His voice entered every channel the Raptors had not already strangled. Grim bird, cold bird, knife in the dark, I have walked through your little lessons. Isidon watched him through 3 scout feeds, a drone intercept, and the dying lens of a servo skull, whose lower half had been chewed away by orc fire. The prophet raised his chain axe and pointed it toward the basin rim. Come down and prove your silence bleeds." General Varen's voice came thin over the command channel. "He is exposed." "No," Isidon said. "He is inviting exposure. He is wounded. So is a trap, after it has sprung once." Vey looked toward the dreadnought readiness rune glowing on the display. Isidon did not look at him. "Release Cades." The old warrior entered the basin from the northwestern causeway, not charging, not roaring, not announcing wrath. Ancient Cades walked through smoke with the weight of a fortress door closing. His assault cannon spun up, its growl rising to a killing shriek. His power fist opened and closed, each movement grinding like tectonic plates. The dreadnought's armor was scarred from Badab memory, Taros sand, Vordrast ash, and wars no living mortal would be permitted to know. The prophet saw him and laughed. "An iron corpse. Is this your champion?" Cades Vox answered in a ruin of static and hate. "No." The assault cannon opened fire. Rounds hammered into the prophet's vanguard, chewing berserkers apart in lines. Men became red spray and armor fragments. A Cornete warrior lost both legs and kept crawling until Cades stepped on him and turned him into a burst sack of meat and bone. Heretic Astartes advanced through the fire, plate cracking, flesh erupting from wounds, chain weapons raised. Cades shifted aim, cutting across them with disciplined fury. One traitor's chest exploded inward, another's helm vanished. A third reached him and drove a chain blade into the dreadnought's side, carving sparks and ceramite dust before Cades crushed him with the power fist. The prophet came after the others died. His chain axe met Cades' fist with a sound like a cathedral bell being murdered. Sparks sprayed. The axe teeth bit into adamantium and shrieked. Cades drove forward, using mass rather than grace, hammering the prophet back step by step. The prophet laughed into the impact and struck again, cutting deep into the dreadnought's left shoulder. Warning runes flared across the command feed. Sarcophagus alarms screamed. Fluid pressure fell. Armor integrity failed across 3 plates. Cades fired point blank. The assault cannon round struck the prophet's chest and shoulder, hammering brass runes flat, breaking bone trophies, ripping chunks from his armor. Blood came out black and steaming. The prophet did not fall. He caught the spinning barrels with one gauntlet and forced them aside, losing fingers to the blur before the weapon jammed against his strength. With his other hand, he buried the chain axe into Cades' sarcophagus housing. In the Shadow Stalker, every raptor heard the ancient's pain as machine static and a sound too human to name. Vey stepped forward despite himself. Isidon raised one hand. Below, Cades' power fist closed around the prophet's axe arm. He did not crush it, not fully. He held it. That was the objective. Raptors' tech marines beneath the basin heard the confirmation tone. They stood in reactor catacombs carved from old industrial bone, surrounded by sweating pipes, unstable coolant rivers, and promethium reservoir locks the size of fortress gates. Their armor was streaked with warning lumens and machine oil. Mechadendrites connected to ancient panels. Charges glowed in the dark. The machine spirits wept in Binharik. The tech marines ignored pity and completed the sequence. The prophet realized too late. He looked from Cades to the basin, then to the hidden pressure runes blooming along the fractured ground. His laughter faltered into understanding, and understanding became anger. "You would spend a hero like ammunition?" Isidon's voice answered across the Vox, cold and close enough to sound as if he stood beside them. "He was never a hero. He was my brother. He understood."
Cady's sarcophagus lights flared once. His vox cracked open. The chapter has not died. The reactor traps fired. The battlefield did not vanish in a clean white light. It became hell in layers. Promethium reservoirs split open beneath the basin floor and erupted upward through fissures, trenches, tunnels, and streets. Oceans of burning fuel rolled across the rockcrete in waves taller than tanks. Men caught in the first surge disappeared beneath fire that clung to them and did not let go. Reactor light followed, not flame, but a hard blue-white radiance that boiled flesh inside armor. Warriors screamed as their sealed plate became ovens. Eye lenses burst outward from pressure. Blood flashed into steam within veins. Teeth cracked in mouths before the heads containing them detonated. Orcs burned while laughing. Some ran through the Promethium sea swinging choppers, their skin blackening, muscles splitting, bones showing through, still delighted because everything around them was finally as loud as they were. Others exploded when ammunition belts cooked off across their bodies. Grukmau's skull boiler rose from a pile of burning cultists, jaw glowing red-hot, roaring defiance at the fire itself, before a reactor vent opened beneath him and swallowed his silhouette in white light. Cultists became shadows on rockcrete. One moment they were men with knives raised. The next, they were black stains with arms still lifted toward the Prophet. Tanks flipped like children's toys as pressure waves ran beneath them. A traitor Baneblade rose half a meter on a blast front, turned sideways, and came down onto its own escort infantry, crushing hundreds into a red sheet beneath its tracks. Drone swarms melted mid-flight, raining silver slag. Railguns cooked off. Artillery shells detonated in storage cradles. The sky rained ash, teeth, bone slivers, weapon fragments, chunks of ceramite, and pieces of men who had been too close to the wrong kind of victory. Cadiz and the Prophet vanished inside the fire. The Imperial Guard advanced after the storm broke, not into battle, into extermination. They moved wearing rebreathers, heat cloaks, and fear. Flamers led the way. Heavy bolters followed. Lehman Russ tanks rolled over charred bodies that crumbled beneath their tracks. The Raptors marked targets from the basin rim and from above, identifying movement through smoke, heat, and contamination haze. Anything alive in the red zones had already been judged unrecoverable. Orc spore, saturation, cornate taint, reactor exposure, demonic resonance. No quarter was offered, because quarter would only move the wound elsewhere. A guardsman found a crawling militia survivor and hesitated because the man was begging in low Gothic. The target rune appeared on the survivor's back. The guardsman fired. The survivor burst under lasfire, revealing a brass icon fused beneath his ribs and a mouth inside his chest, whispering the Prophet's name. After that, the guard hesitated less. Raptors walked among them in squads of 5, killing what the guard missed. A bolt round into a twitching orc skull. A blade through the spine of a cultist pretending to be dead. A melter burst into a half-buried heretic Astartes, still trying to drag himself free with one arm. No songs, no banners, no calls for surrender. The basin had been declared beyond recovery, and the Imperium was very good at destroying what it could not cleanse. Vey found the place where Cadiz had fallen. There was little left of the dreadnought chassis that resembled a warrior. The assault cannon was gone. The power fist lay half-buried 30 meters away, fingers still locked around a torn section of brass armor. The sarcophagus casing had been split open. Its inner seals were blackened. Fluids leaked into the ash and hissed. The ancient's lights were dark. Vey knelt beside the ruin. He wanted words. He had none that would not insult the dead. Rauk approached behind him and placed one hand on the broken chassis. "Recover what can serve," the scout sergeant said. Vey nodded. That was morning among the Raptors. Then the ash moved. At the center of the molten ruin, something dragged itself from beneath a slab of reactor-cracked stone. The brass Prophet lived, not as he had been. His armor was fused to his flesh.
One leg ended below the knee in a blackened stump. His chain axe was gone. Half his helm had melted into his face, leaving one eye visible through a slit of brass and cooked meat. Bone showed through his chest. Runes still crawled across him, dim but alive, fed by a rage too deep to understand death as instruction. He pulled himself forward with one hand. Around him, the dead smoked. No one fired. The Raptors did not move, because Isodon had appeared from the ash, as if the battlefield itself had finally admitted him. His armor was streaked with grey and red. His camo cloak hung in burned strips. He carried a bolt pistol low at his side. The Prophet looked up at him and tried to laugh. What came out was a wet, grinding sound. "Little bird," he rasped. Isodon stepped closer. The Prophet's remaining eye burned with hatred and triumph and disbelief. At last. Isodon placed the bolt pistol against the ruined mouth of the Prophet's helm. For the first time since the campaign began, his voice carried something almost like finality. "Now you are the objective." The bolt pistol fired once. The sound was small beside the death of Vordrast. The brass Prophet's ruined head snapped backward as the mass-reactive shell entered through the melted brass of his mouth and detonated inside the skull. Bone, black blood, cooked brain matter, and fragments of demon-marked helm sprayed across the reactor-cracked stone behind him. His body convulsed once, one remaining hand clawing at the ash as if the world still owed him purchase. The runes crawling across his armor flared red, then guttered, then went dark like embers drowned in sump water. For a moment, every vox channel around the basin screamed, not with words, not with orders, with absence. The demon-bound choirs shrieked themselves apart. Torture engines choked on their own psychic feedback. Cult relays spat blood from their speaker grills. Orc Weirdboy resonance collapsed into brute headache and aimless rage. Captured Imperial codes repeated incomplete commands until their machine spirits rejected the corruption and locked themselves in silence. Across Vordrast, armies that had been driven by one terrible will found themselves alone with their hate, their fear, their hunger, and their enemies standing too near. Isodon lowered the pistol. He did not look triumphant. Triumph belonged to men who expected war to end. Around him, the basin burned in the aftermath of the reactor traps. Promethium still moved in black-orange rivers through fractured streets. Corpses floated in it face down, face up, without faces at all. Orc bodies smoked in heaps. Their enormous limbs curled from heat, tusks cracked, weapons still clutched in dead fists. Human cultists lay fused to rockcrete in charcoal silhouettes. Traitor armor had become melted coffins, some still knocking from within as cooked crews died slowly behind warped hatches. Drones sparked in the ash like dying insects. Heretic Astartes' plate jutted from the ruin in crimson fragments, sacred ceramite made obscene by the flesh cooling inside it. The Prophet was dead. The war did not stop. It became smaller, uglier, and easier to kill. The Orc Empire had already broken into mobs that fought one another over fuel, noise, and the memory of insults planted by hands they would never see. Without Grukmar's iron jaw to keep the largest fragments facing outward, the greenskins dispersed into raids, brawls, stampedes, and spore-cursed infestations the Imperium would spend generations burning out. The traitor hives had no ruling mind left. Their governors were dead, exposed, trapped, suffocated, or murdered by rivals. Their propaganda engines were silent. Their food vaults answered to imperial locks. Their astropaths were corpses or prisoners. The toe-aligned defectors scattered into the desert, some fleeing with discipline, some surrendering, some dying beneath imperial guns before their explanations reached a second sentence. The Imperial Crusade claimed victory before the bodies cooled. It had to. The Imperium survived by naming ruin useful. Vordrast Secundus was no longer a functioning world in any sane ledger. Its atmosphere was poisoned by refinery fires,
spore incineration, reactor leaks, and the greasy black breath of cities burned from within. Its equatorial jungles were scarred with promethium trenches and rad-dead caverns. Its moons were silent or quarantined. Its hive continents still smoked. Its manufactoria produced more corpses than shells. Its population had been butchered by invasion, rebellion, purgation, starvation, bombardment, infection, and the necessities of salvation. Yet the orbital guns were silent. The enemy armies were broken. The Crusade fleet remained. So the Administratum prepared the parchment word: victory. A hololithic ceremony was held in the remains of the governor's palace on Vordrast Prime. The palace had no roof. Half its eastern wing had collapsed into the old tithe courts. The marble floors were cracked and stained by soot, blood, and emergency sealant. Servo skulls projected banners where real cloth had burned. Priests swung censers over assembled officers until incense fought the stench of rot and lost. Surviving generals stood beneath a fractured Aquila, while adepts read casualty claims already softened for imperial history. The numbers were lies before they reached the air. Regiments that no longer existed were called depleted. Exterminated districts were called secured. Quarantined populations were called reassigned. Worlds did not die in imperial reports. They were pacified, restructured, tithed, or martyred. General Varron received a laurel of black iron and bone. His face showed no pride as it was placed upon him. One arm hung in a sling. One eye had been replaced by a crude augmetic that had not yet learned to blink. Around him, officers applauded because ceremony demanded hands, even from men whose hands shook. Commissars stood at the edges, watching for insufficient reverence. A cardinal with burns across his scalp spoke of courage, sacrifice, holy endurance, and the emperor's light. He did not speak of Kolvar Road. He did not speak of the refugee valley. He did not speak of Vordrast Tertius, going dark one district at a time. He did not speak of the divisions left to scream so others could escape. The Raptors did not attend. In the palace shadows below the ceremony, Kill Team Blacktalon moved through maintenance passages, still warm from bombardment. Rauk led them past toppled statues, cracked ventilation shafts, and rooms where noble survivors had hidden behind sealed doors and ration crates. The official surrender had been signed hours earlier. That only meant the obvious traitors had stopped pretending. The hidden ones still needed killing. A former hive marshal was found behind a devotional wall with 3 aides, 2 data caskets, and a pistol reserved for everyone except himself. Solon shot the aides first, because one had moved toward a Vox rune. Rauk took the marshal alive long enough to confirm the names encoded in his ring. Then a combat. Blade opened the man from throat to sternum and left him steaming across his own escape documents. In a lower reliquary, a cult logistics officer pretended to be a wounded pilgrim beneath a blanket of ash. Vey found the brass brand hidden under the man's tongue. He did not ask for confession. He pressed his bolt pistol to the man's temple and fired, spraying the reliquary niche with skull fragments and grey matter. In another chamber, a surviving toe-aligned signal officer tried to explain that he had only sought a rational future. A Raptor infiltrator broke his hands so he could not trigger the dead man's switch, then shot him through the heart. Above, the Cardinal spoke of mercy. Below, the Raptors made certain mercy had no loose ends. Lieutenant Saran Vey emerged from the palace understructure after midnight. Ash fell in soft grey layers over the shattered courtyard. Searchlights moved through the smoke. Guard survivors watched him from barricades, medici queues, and corpse sorting lines. Their hatred followed him like lass fire that had not yet been given permission to shoot. He understood it now. He had wanted once to determine whether the Raptors were cruel. The question seemed childish after Vordrast. They were cruel. Of course they were. The Imperium was cruel. The galaxy was cruel. Hunger was cruel. Radiation was cruel. A blade was cruel when it entered flesh and opened what life required kept closed. The difference was purpose. Night Lords made cruelty into theatre. The Brass Prophet had made cruelty into worship. Orcs made cruelty into laughter. The nobles of Vordrast Prime had made cruelty into privilege. The Raptors made cruelty into a tool and hated anything that blunted it. A blade had no room for apology. Ve found Isodon at the edge of the palace landing field, where the broken remains of ancient Kaides had been laid beneath lumen rigs and guarded by tech marines. The dreadnought chassis was destroyed beyond walking. Its assault cannon was gone. Its sarcophagus housing had been split open and burned. Plates of adamantium and ceramite lay arranged by salvage priority. The power fist, recovered from the basin, had been placed beside the sarcophagus like a severed hand beside a coffin. Tech marines moved around the ruin with ritual precision, chanting in low machine cant as they extracted memory cores, sarcophagus seals, weapon linkages, armor fragments, and whatever pieces could still serve another brother. Cades was not mourned with poetry. The Raptors did not have that kind of mercy. His last words had been logged in the dead ledger and repeated once by the senior tech marine before being sealed into chapter memory. The chapter has not died. His gene memory was preserved. His honors were recorded. His remains were catalogued. The chassis would be stripped, sanctified, and divided. A targeting spirit might guide another gun. A knuckle joint might reinforce another fist. A sarcophagus plate might be mounted in the memory vaults, where future warriors would pass it without song and understand that reverence did not require waste. Ve stood beside Isodon. He should have a monument, Ve said. Isodon looked at the broken dreadnought. He has the chapter. That is enough? It was for him. The answer should have sounded cold. It did not. Not now. Across the landing field, surviving guardsmen were being loaded into troop landers. Some were too wounded to stand. Some were too hollow to speak. A few looked toward the Raptors and spat into the ash. Others made the sign of the Aquila, with hands missing fingers. Many did neither. They simply stared, and their eyes contained Kolvar Road, the refugee valley, the dead hives, the false roots, the friends left behind, and the impossible fact that they had lived because someone else had not. They hated the Raptors almost as much as they feared them. The Raptors accepted both reactions as irrelevant. A serf approached through the ash and knelt before Isodon, offering a sealed command slate in both hands. The slate bore Crusade encryption, Navy priority marks, and a fresh astropathic burn seal. Isodon took it, broke the seal with his thumb, and read. There was no rest in the message, no feast, no absolution, no month of repair rites in honored dock, no pilgrim voyage to remember the dead. The galaxy had no space left for closure. The Indomitus Age burned across 1 million wound lines. Drukhari raids had gutted an agri-chain 3 systems distant. An Orc unification threat was swelling near a trade corridor already thin on escorts. Renegade Astartes had taken a shrine moon and were broadcasting confessions peeled from priests. 2 Imperial systems were dying by inches because their governors had mistaken delay for survival. The slate did not ask whether the Raptors could redeploy. It told them where their knives were needed next. Isodon handed the slate to Ve. Prepare the companies. Ve read the orders. His face did not change, and that told him more about himself than any oath could have. Once, he would have looked toward the wounded, the dead, the smoking world, and thought redeployment obscene. Now he saw the shape beneath the cruelty. A war ended only for those buried under it. For the living, it became movement. How long before departure? He asked. Before dawn. The fleet will want formal transfer of command. They may want it. The administratum will request testimony. It may request it. Ve looked back at the ruined palace, where banners still flickered in hololithic gold over floors that stank of blood. They will write this clean. Yes.
They will say the crusade broke the enemy through courage. They will need words they can live with. And our part? Isodon watched the first drab green Thunderhawk lift from the field, its hull scarred, its engines coughing ash from their intakes. Our part is done. Vey held the command slate for a moment longer. Was Vordrast worth the dead? The question had no innocence left in it. That was why Isodon answered. Ask me when the next world still stands, because this one did not fall. Vey looked out across the ruins. Vordrast had been saved from desecration by becoming another kind of corpse. Its palaces were broken, its skies were poisoned, its cities were corpse factories. Its loyal sons had died beside traitors, slaves, mutants, cultists, orcs, and things that had once been men. Its victory would be written in ink by adepts who had never smelled a reactor-cooked battlefield. Its truth would remain in gene memory, sealed vaults, dead ledgers, and the silence of those who had survived it. He understood at last. Only the mission endured. By dawn, the Raptors were leaving. Their ships rose from the planet's shadow without ceremony. Drab green strikecraft returned to their bays. Thunderhawks locked into launch cradles. Land speeders were chained and anointed. Gene seed caskets were sealed behind triple wards. Ammunition counts were revised. Armor was patched only where function required it. The dead were logged. The wounded were assigned repair, augmentation, or internment if their flesh could no longer carry war alone. The Shadowstalker turned from Vordrast with no triumphal broadcast. Below, billions of corpses cooled in ruined cities, while administratum scribes prepared lies clean enough for imperial history. Priests blessed mass graves too large to fill. Guardsmen slept beside weapons they would never willingly put down again. Servitors dragged bodies into rendering pits. Orc spores smoldered under promethium foam. Hidden cells waited in the dark and died when Raptors left behind enough knives to remember them. Above it all, the chapter vanished into the void as it had arrived, without banners, without choirs, without asking the galaxy to understand. The Raptors left no monuments, only fewer enemies.